Hello, I am back, and hopefully I'm not lagging anymore. Technically, I'm a minute early. I started the stream too early, but that's fine. I hope. Excuse me. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I asked around on Reddit as to how what the issue might have been with the lagging, and they introduced me to a site that allows you to analyze your OBS logs. I didn't know that was a thing, and thanks to that, I was able to pinpoint the issue with my stream, and it looks like I managed to confront all those issues. I mean, I hope so. I hope I'm not lagging right now. There should only be like a 3-second delay, which I guess is less than the average stream. So to open up, I decided to put on a more critical video. And I love this video. I haven't seen this clip in a bit.
What do you know about Gary Peacock? Part-time biker, full-time clown. I have been giggling hard at the special silliness of Gary Peacock.
Gary Peacock.
I just stumbled across this saga of Gary.
I love that name. It's amazing.
What happened is, Gary Peacock is a cyclist, and he's chugging along.
Oh yeah, one more thing.
Getting some cardio in.
Before I was using Firefox for to do this little picture-in-picture thing, I decided to switch over to Opera GX. One, because it seems to lag a lot less, and two, because it gives you this transparency thing. That way you can still see what's behind it. Right now you can see my chroma, 18,466. All right, get back into the video and the game.
And a young man named Pierce is going to a skate park, and he passes Gary. But it was a little too close for comfort in Gary's mind. So I was practicing
this in all my test streams, how to do this fight, because this enemy is really unique.
He stayed on his ass like a hound dog. He smelt blood in the water, so he started really kicking it into turbo and went following Pierce. And eventually, when Pierce parked, Gary came up to the window, got really aggressive with him, started berating him.
Yeah, there we go.
On his door a lot. It was like the fucking scene out of Jurassic Park with the T-Rex. And it leads to Gary calling the police. And things don't go the way Gary thought they would when the police arrive at the scene. I'll tell you that much. I don't want to spoil anything.
Yes, sir? Did you see me?
Yeah, there we go.
Hold off to the side, I did.
Unfortunately, you can't pause because this enemy just won't stop attacking. You can only damage it using counterattacks, it looks like.
I was.
No, you weren't. Say it. Don't spray it, Gary. Man is so upset. He is spitting like an alpaca here. Every word that he gets out is like he's like ventured the rock bottom from SpongeBob. Did you see me? Asshole? Man's blowing raspberries with his speech.
Would you mind slowing down?
I had a dash cam.
What's your name? Last name.
You don't need that.
What's your last name?
You don't need my last name. I don't need an ID. Perfect.
What do you guys call a male Karen?
Wow.
I call him Kevin, personally.
This was a dangerous move from Pierce here to call the Gary Peacock weird. The enforcer of justice. The man whom even the Lord is a little afraid of.
Oh boy.
So, Gary Peacock is puffing out his chest.
I love how he's calling him by his full name though every single time. Gary Peacock.
Here, demanding that this guy identify himself to Gary as if he has any ground to stand on there.
Ow.
Nothing happened. If you boil down this situation, it is literally a nothing burger. You're fighting ghosts. You're having a fantasy in your head that's making you upset. You're right to get mad if he was too close. You could shake your fist, be like, "Oh, pay more attention. That was scary." But at the end of the day, you wipe your sweat
too
from your
late.
brow saying, "Whew, close call. At least I didn't get hit." Then you pull up your big boy britches and you move on like a grown-up. The only thing
Too early.
that can come from this level of road rage, this outrageous level of anger, where it
By the way, I'm not moving on until I finish this enemy
because
because I want Monoko to transform into this thing if he even can. I hope he can. Otherwise, this whole thing was for nothing.
You can't come back from it, and you end up making a fool of yourself, calling the cops, and getting yourself in trouble. There is no good outcomes from road rage like this, and it's a lesson.
Yep, there we go.
The hard way.
I'm gonna go skate.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're not going anywhere. Come.
Dude, stop.
No, you're a fucking.
Dude, literally stop.
No, I'm calling the police, and you're not leaving. You're not leaving. You're not leaving.
Bro's got his fucking hands on me and stuff.
Yeah, guy won't leave because of the police.
Look at this dude.
I still can't get over how
He sounds like a
perfect Gary
wimp.
looks for this role. Like, he looks like someone that you would envision, like picture in your head, if you were told that a cyclist was freaking out over nothing at a skate park. Like, he looks like if you tried to draw some kind of quintessential creepy PE coach. So Gary's taking matters into his own hands now, ripping at the guy's door, trying to prevent him from leaving, putting his hands on him to stop him from moving. All because Gary believes that he was going to flee the scene like it was fucking Need for Speed. He was just going to burn rubber and get out of there for fear of the repercussions that Gary could bring, the unholy hellfire that he would rain down. Even though
boy.
dude wasn't even trying to leave, he was trying to skate. You know, the activity he came there to do.
Skate.
So he wasn't
That
gonna
is
leave the
skate.
scene.
Skate.
Not that there's even a scene here.
There's
in
an
the
important
first place,
distinction.
just the scene that Gary's making with the conniption that he's having.
Ah,
He's
shit.
going 10 feet away to skate, which is what he planned to do, man. He wasn't running away.
10 feet is pretty tall. I don't know.
Why are you so cranky?
I'm calling the police.
Dude, why are you so cranky?
No, you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, maybe you can like burn him a bit. Maybe that can help.
You already are. You pushed into me. I asked you to wait.
I could have revived
You
Monoko.
did. How'd you get out of the car?
You yank.
Yeah.
A cool thing about Monoko is that he doesn't actually need to be alive. He just needs to be in the party to collect the Nevron foot.
And now he's trying to leave. Gene, and he's recording me.
Ah, shit, too early.
He's a jerk.
Watch your fucking mouth, Gary. Calling a guy
'Cause he's a jerk.
You're going a little too far, man. You're rampaging. You're being rambunctious, and you need to calm down. You're gonna say some things you're gonna regret, Gary, if
Ow.
you keep calling people jerks.
Because he's a
And I want
jerk.
you to come and give this guy a ticket. I'll
He's
be
like a
willing to
cartoon
testify
character,
in court
man.
against this guy. He came way too close to me. Huh? He came.
Oh, come on.
He did not hit me. There's
He's like the cartoon
long
depiction of a
detail
male
that
Karen.
says You have to stay 3 feet.
Ah,
from a
damn.
cyclist. He did not. He just went right next to me. I wouldn't bother pulling over if this guy weren't unsafe. Yes, I'm still on my bicycle. He's here. Gary Peacock, you.
I love that he starts reciting law
Gary
to the
Peacock.
police. Well, I know more than you guys, so you might be missing the problem here. No, I wasn't.
My name is
It
Gary
was way too
Peacock.
close, violating this law, which I'm gonna have to spit to you guys because you're too fucking stupid to get it, I guess. And I love the way he announces, "I'm Gary Peacock." Like,
Yes.
I half expected him to strike like a superhero pose, like the Crimson Chin. That name fits him so well.
Too
That is
early.
perfect.
Ah.
That's like a name I would make for one of my Dark Souls characters, like fucking Phil Cheeseburger or something. I cannot believe
Like a joke
his
D&D
name is
character.
Gary Peacock.
He's just being aggressive and.
I want to see his birth certificate.
obnoxious.
Is that his real name?
Hands on me, I would say if I were you.
Or did he change it to
there's
that?
another individual, and he's just standing there. I'd like to get rid of him. I'm riding a bike. I have more rights than you.
That statement actually goes so hard. I'm riding a bike. I have more rights than you. That shit is like T-shirt level. That is.
That's a Family Guy
actually
joke.
Fucking hard. Love that. So one of Pierce's friends.
No, it
who
reminds
is
me of
going to
those,
skate there with,
It reminds me of a shirt, like if you can get it. Well, it reminds me of a shirt I've seen that's supposed to be worn by a motorcyclist. It says, "Is my bike okay?" But the text is upside down, so it's implying that you have to read it while after he's laying down from a motorcycle accident.
With both of them here.
Friend, he's gonna
Damn.
He's staying because these two are trying to intimidate me. This guy tried to leave. This guy came and he's trying to intimidate me.
He's just standing there menacingly. Gary is deeply insecure, I suppose, with this. There's two of them. They must be trying to fucking intimidate me. That's
Shit.
the only explanation. Help! 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 There's two people here and they're looking at me. They're looking at me. Help! Like, there is nothing that's happened. Keep in
Ah,
mind,
damn.
nothing has happened except for Gary putting his hands on Pierce. That's
Shit.
it. And
Okay.
Pierce isn't the one freaking out.
Are you separate sides of the parties?
By the way, Sugar, have you
You'll stand over there by those-
played DOA 6 yet?
Fantastic.
Can I tell you what happened?
I don't really play fighting games. I've tried to get into them, mainly like with Idol Showdown, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just too.
You could just
maybe I just suck
hear
too much
how
at them.
annoyed the officer is to just be here wasting his time with this absolute
Let me think for a
drivel,
second.
this pitiful nonsense. The officer shows up and
Oh yeah, I forgot to say welcome, Lorenzo. I remember when I played Dead or Alive when I was younger. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Dead or Alive 5 on my Vita, maybe. It was either on my Vita or it was on my PS4, and I played like the remote play on the Vita. Well, Steam says you still have Dead or Alive 6. Maybe I got it on sale or something. Maybe I meant to play it, but I never actually, booted it up. It's one of those things where you buy the game, but you don't actually play it for like a long while, if ever. I still haven't played Danganronpa that either, and that's also in my Steam library. Fun fact, the only reason I got it is because my ex got it for me. That was probably the free version. I did tell you of that. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Now that you mention it. Let me think of other fighting games I have, like, played, but not... Let's say, I played Dragon Ball FighterZ, I played, what else? I think I played Guilty Gear Strive, but only a little bit. I already mentioned Idol Showdown. I played Mortal Kombat a bit, a few of the Mortal Kombat games, and I also played, like, I think the first Injustice game. Broken, all right. Now I have time to play this again.
is already just over Gary's shit. Just the first interaction, he's just like, fantastic. Can you just go over there, man? Can you just get the fuck out of here? Can you just go take a hike? Scram. And then as Gary's walking away, he's making sure to give a little backseat gaming here, some advice to the officer. Don't let him leave. And you can see the officer's shadow on the car. He does this. Like, are you serious? He does one of these. And he says, sir.
Yeah.
Can I call the district attorney and press charges? Is this so press charges on
Shit,
I know it's a small incident, but...
Well, and here's the thing.
Haha, broken again.
Sign his citation that you were present for it, and then I'm going to issue you one for disorderly conduct as well. So,
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna attack normally.
Tied over on the sidewalk over there.
Then I won't press charges.
It's too late.
Speaking of pressing charges, Gary, it seems like you're
there we go.
hungry for charges. How about you get served some from the menu? Do those taste pretty good? The officer hits him with the disorderly conduct charges. So, I cut out quite a bit here, but Gary insists that Pierce's life gets fucked for this, even though...
A to Z also covered this video, covered that clip. Maybe I should cover it too. Maybe I should watch it too.
Salt the earth with it. So, he has point blank said that he wanted Pierce to be arrested. If he'd have it his way, he'd go to jail, was his words. And the officer shows up and, well, that's not exactly something that's going to be happening here because Pierce recorded it. So the officer gets to see that Gary was the instigator, the aggressor, and pretty much everything that had happened was because of Gary, this whole incident. So, uh-oh.
Why am I getting for what?
Because you were aggressive to him.
Yes, I was, but he was trying to leave.
Okay, go wait over there. I'll explain it here in a second.
Can't we just...
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, come on, man. I was the victim here.
All right, watch out.
I was the
When you go a
victim
different way, you can be
here.
arrested for disorderly conduct. That's an arrestable offense.
What kind of disorderly conduct is it?
You opened his door 3 times.
Ow, too early.
Okay? He doesn't have to get out of his car for you. He doesn't have to identify for you. You are not law enforcement.
You're right, officer. He's something more than law enforcement. He outranks you. This is Gary fucking Peacock, super cyclist. My
Oh,
voice
God.
can't even saying his name because I'm not worthy. His name commands too much power and too much respect. Damn it!
You don't get to come out here.
I don't know why, but it's making me want to play go look outside.
He was going to leave.
I have it in my
his
Steam
vehicle.
wish list,
He's
but
not here to escape.
I haven't
He's here
gotten
to
around to
escape.
buying it
He
yet.
didn't
I don't think I
believe
have
you
money to
didn't
buy
know.
for it right now.
He's going to provide me the dash
I'm
cam.
I'll probably buy it in the
Showed me
future.
the recording, and you were the aggressive one.
I just hope I actually, play it.
Yes, and you don't get to be aggressive with people like that.
Okay.
That's disorderly. That's why you are getting a citation as well.
Why is it too late? What does it mean? What does it mean, disorderly? Do I have to go to court for this? You're kidding me.
Yeah. You were adamant that this, and you were the one causing the stir here.
What if I apologize?
I've already seen the evidence. I am obligated.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay.
What have I
Whoa,
polished?
whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's not be too hasty here.
He's
A sorry
backtracking.
from Gary Peacock. That's worth more than gold. Let's not get carried away. So you can see that the tables have turned. The shoe is on the other foot now, and it is just so satisfying. It's impossible not to smile watching his tough guy act fall to pieces. That bravado that he marched.
Did you
up
hear
there
about
thinking that he
Concord
was
2,
at
aka the
right,
marathon
and
situation?
Pierce was an aggressive
I didn't even play
asshole, this
the.
and that.
I didn't
It
play
really-
Concord at all.
it turned
I
out
barely
he
heard
was the
about
aggressive
like the
asshole
first game
the whole
before.
time,
Like,
and his
isn't that the game that
behavior
got
got him in some hot water with,
taken
his
down
citation
really
for
like
disorderly
insultingly
conduct.
quick
Now,
or
he's,
something?
mentioning
Is that the
Pierce
story?
was also issued a citation for passing too close to a biker, but that was dropped. So that seems like something the officer
Yep.
did just to try and
Well,
like,
no, I
keep
don't know
this,
about the marathon
move
situation.
on. That didn't stick. However, the disorderly conduct.
I don't even
one,
know
well,
about like Concord
that
2.
one
What
kinda
like it
did.
failed?
Gary
It's getting a
Peacock was
sequel. I
forced
don't
to
get
give,
that.
like, a little half-assed apology. I think he also got fined. I'm not exactly sure. I saw 2 conflicting reports on that. But
Charlie recently made a
regardless of
video
what
about,
the actual outcome is there, just watching this was a joy.
I mean, I guess I can
had
watch
to
it
share
next.
this. It had me
And then after
giggling.
that, I want to watch
That's
A
the
to Z's
story
of
Gary
the video
Peacock.
about Gary
That's about
Peacock.
it. See ya.
Uh,
A few months ago,
There we
I
go.
watched what had to be one of the wildest encounters
I can't pause
I've
right
ever
now.
Seen. This is a vigilante predator hunter group that was busting the person they were investigating in public. And this goes completely Insano style. It becomes cartoonish. It's almost like a Benny Hill chase scene here. I couldn't believe what was unfolding in front of me.
I am currently looking for my fiber.
Your what?
Fiber.
Fiber?
Well, 'cause I gotta poop.
Shit,
You gonna
ah.
poop?
I'm constipated. I've been constipated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting tactic. This is a high level.
Shit, now there we go.
maneuver. He is claiming that he's not there at the meat spot for a 13-year-old boy. He's there to get some fiber so he can take a shit. He's been constipated, so he's there for some poop pills.
Is this one of
It
those
doesn't
public
take
nuisance
some
videos?
galaxy brain genius to put together the puzzle pieces here, connect the dots, and deduce that he is on meth. You know,
Oh.
he's getting loopy off that poopy right now. He is high on meth, which isn't just speculation. At the end of the video, they released their entire investigation screenshots of all the
There we
text
go.
messages that were exchanged between this guy and who he thought was a 13-year-old. And meth comes up a lot, even right before meeting. Meth was discussed, and as you can see in the title, he was arrested, and they did pretty much confirm meth was in his system.
Hey man, I can involve the police or we can have a conversation. You want to have a conversation? You want to turn around and talk to me?
I gotta find this person.
Hey bro, I can call the cops right now, or we can just have
Those,
a conversation.
anti-meth
Can
ads,
you actually let me get my
like the
supplements so I can
PSAs.
actually go home so I can poop, and actually so I can poop well.
Step 1 should have been involving the authorities the second you found a real pedophile that was trying to meet up for sex with a 13-year-old and like get them smoking meth or whatever. I don't understand why that wasn't the first thing you did. Luckily, there's spoilers in the title, so you know he does get arrested, but not for the reasons of this investigation. Some crazy shit happens towards the end. Had he involved...
Wait, let me just look up that Concord thing. Concord 2? This? Like, yeah, this showed up in my subscriptions.
Boy, howdy, let me tell you, if you think you're having a bad week, you know nothing about pain and suffering like Bungie does. It is. They are spiraling. They are circling the drain right now from the sound of things. It is a disaster over there. Now, the title is not me clickbaiting you. I truly do think this is a potential Concord sequel moment. Marathon is in horrible shape right now. Through controversy, as well as through just horrible timing with their tech test, where Marathon's tech test came out, and shortly after, Arc Raiders came out with their test. And Arc Raiders taught them how to fart. This game was Gangnam styling on Marathon. Everyone loved Arc Raiders, and most people were really underwhelmed with what they experienced in Marathon, for the most part. These are both extraction shooters, and it's a very hard sell to convince someone why they should spend $40 on Marathon instead of spending that on Arc Raiders instead. Especially when you consider that the people that were still hyped for Marathon are no longer hyped after they've learned about Bungie stealing art and all of the fires at the Bungie HQ right now with all
fires.
the internal turmoil that's coming.
Great timing right there.
It's only been a few days since the world was made aware that Marathon uses stolen artwork in their game, and they've been met with endless tomatoes being thrown their way and spitballs, and it's also earned them the nickname Art Raiders. The community is calling Marathon Art Raiders because they stole art, which is kind of cute and something they brought upon themselves entirely of their own doing, just because they are genuinely
too late.
company, it seems. And these few days have probably felt like a few fucking years for Bungie for how agonizing this has been and how much additional information has come out since this. If you don't know the lore behind this,
Almost
I'll go
there.
ahead and sack you with it real quick. An artist named Anti-Real came forward and provided tons of evidence and tons of examples and screenshots of her art being stolen and put into Bungie's game Marathon without paying her for it or giving her credit.
I got augmented
or asking
counters
permission
too.
or anything at all. It's
Yeah,
just
and I got the foot.
plagiarism, and Bungie themselves came forward and confirmed that, yep, whoops-a-daisy, we did that.
Oops-a-doodle.
Now, they did downplay the amount of which they stole. It's a lot. They're making it seem like it wasn't, and they're also pushing them.
You know what this reminds me of? Smike. Anybody remember Smike? How he stole all that fan arts for his FNAF videos? I don't know if I watched that on stream yet, so right now in my mental queue, I'm gonna put an ADC's video on Gary Peacock and then Magic Mush's video on Fad channels. I think I might have watched that on stream already. Maybe it was in one of the failed streams, like the second and third one where the video wasn't even uploading correctly. Like I recorded an hour of footage and then the second one only put up half of it, and then the third one only put up a quarter of it. Okay, let's continue with the video.
Blame on some rogue employee, like fucking Ethan Hunt went crazy and, haywire. So a former Bungie employee did all of this, even though tons of Bungie employees, current ones, still follow Anti-Real's account. Also not the first time Bungie's been caught stealing art. Crazy that it just keeps happening. Anyway, Bungie had a live stream where they were going to do like some Marathon information and talk about Marathon. But of course, since this had come out, that live stream, well, it was going to be a little cattywampus. It was going to be a little different. And holy shit, it was... I swear to God, there are funerals less sad than the Marathon live stream they did.
Didn't work. There'd been long times of silence because other developers' audio wasn't coming through, and you'd have the other developers nodding in silence.
Reducing what's called like first sighted, which is like they look at you and they're like you, and then
What you want, you could do so.
You want to do so much, you can do anything.
Watch. It was definitely not a AAA development live stream, way below par on what you would expect.
If your dad fired up a live stream on Justin TV 15 years ago, it probably would have went smoother than this. It was brutal. There were issues out the wazoo, audio issues, and it just looked like everyone in there was deflated. Especially the art director, the guy you see on the right side of the screen. It looks like he hasn't slept in days, and most of the time he just kind of sat there in silence with like this deadpan stare, just like staring a hole through you. It looked like, Bungie higher-ups had his family off camera, like in a hostage situation.
I kind of want to use combo attack.
It was hard to sit through. This is absolutely something they should have just not done, because it wasn't productive either.
Let's go,
They
Concord
couldn't even
2.
show Marathon
All right.
gameplay during this because I believe they weren't familiar with the extent of this plagiarism, so they didn't want to take the chance of showing more marathon footage that had Anti-Real's art stolen for it. So you didn't even really get anything from this. It was actually just awful. And when they were addressing this plagiarism issue, it was uncomfortable to sit through as well, and really nothing of value was provided here through the stream other than just a really awkward, uncomfortable situation. Over the last couple days, there's been a lot of reports coming out saying things like Bungie leadership would constantly ignore devs' warnings and requests. Apparently, for the last 5 years or so, staff had been voicing concerns about the direction of Marathon, stressing that the game needed a PvP element to it, but Bungie leadership, which had been described by some as good old boy group, brushed off the warnings and requests. They also put on the big boy britches, playing a little hardball here, saying things that it's not aiming to please everyone. I think if you are only looking for PvE experiences, definitely Marathon is not the game for you. We are very comfortable saying, yeah, this isn't a game for everybody. This is a game for if you like PvP experiences, especially in sandbox spaces, then this is probably something you're going to enjoy.
This reminded me of like, wasn't Blizzard the company that was like, oh, don't you guys now have phones because of something like Diablo related? And then I remember like I don't remember which game it was, but like apparently they claimed that the reason they keep nurturing certain characters because they don't want people playing that character. I don't know how true that is. Professional though, real professional.
Spoiler alert, it wasn't. Even for people that have that specific taste in games, this was just lackluster for the majority of people that tried it. This was a game director that came forward with this statement here, and I gotta tell you, I know hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, Blizzard. Yeah, that's what I thought.
You should listen to your developers a little bit more. At least hear them out instead of just, sigh and tell them talk to the hand or whatever. Like, it's ridiculous. Another report came out alleging that the morale at Bungie HQ is in free fall, saying the vibes have never been worse. This is because of the response to the alpha, the players having such a negative reception to the game itself. And that was before the art theft controversy, so now it's even worse now that Bungie has been outed as plagiarizing art from Anti-Real. So everyone at Bungie, from the sound of things, is not having a good time. It seems like that place is hell on earth right now. And then today we got this little nugget from inside the Bungie soap opera. It just keeps getting worse. It is just so out of control. An ex-Bungie dev says Marathon leadership was extremely toxic and humiliating to work with. Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. I and every other sensible person on the planet couldn't agree more. It is clear that Bungie's leadership is dog shit, and has been for a long time. Even outside of everything we have now been privy to with Bungie and Marathon's development, everything that they have been doing with Destiny for years, I think has been completely unacceptable. I've talked about it a lot. The Destiny community has talked about it a lot. Bungie is a company that needs to change at the upper level. Like those...
Oh no, with Destiny. I hardly play any shooters, but Destiny is one of the shooter games I have played. I don't know if I played from beginning to end, but I have played it. What character did I play? I think I played like the game's equivalent to elves, like the pale characters I forgot the name of. I played as one of those, I believe.
Top of the food chain zombies, like those people at the top of the totem pole, those like upper echelon suits, they've got to go. They are clearly steering the ship into a goddamn iceberg. And I already know when more layoffs come to Bungie, they've already done a big round of layoffs not too long ago, but when the next round comes, everyone that is responsible for this disaster will probably still be there. Because for some reason in the games industry, and it's not exclusive to just games, it happens in Hollywood too, you only fail upwards. So even though the actual upper level management is mostly to blame for this shit, they're the ones that are probably safest. Even though they're set to lose so much money on Marathon, so many clams flush down the shitter, they are going to instead lay off the developers most likely. That's my guess. That's how this always goes. Even though it's not their fault, the developers aren't the ones to blame for Marathon being weak. That falls on the shoulders of the people above them on the food chain there. like, I think Expedition 33 has proven that a lot of these AAA
Hey.
studios have extremely talented developers that just do not get a chance to shine or do anything meaningful or work on anything valuable. Instead, these fucking soulless husks that are motivated purely by greed force them to work on mid-dog shit like Marathon. And like Expedition 33, remember, that was started by some ex-Ubisoft devs that didn't like what they were doing there, so instead made the most creative and one of the most stunning games that is in recent memory. There is no company in the AAA gaming space more creatively bankrupt than Ubisoft, yet it's clear there is talent working there.
I'm glad I'm playing Expedition 33 right now. Twilight Emperor 06, welcome. No more lag, all good, thumbs up, thank you. Finally, all right?
They just don't get to do anything, and I think the same can be said for Bungie. They just don't get to do anything because of Bungie. Like, as you've seen in the reports, they have voiced concerns, they have voiced wanting autonomy and wanting to make the game better or change the direction to make it more fun. They're actively being told no. They're being shut down. So instead, they're forced to work on this trash, and I bet when this flops, and I'm pretty confident it will flop, they will be the ones on the chopping block. It sucks. It just sucks. Anyway, though, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit more because, man, Bungie has had a huge decline. Like, my God, this used to be like a gold standard developer and like a dream job for so many people. Look at it now. Yikes. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.
After showing off
Okay,
all the evidence, she was who she's...
what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, it's also Velvet Guest from Discord, so sort of like Naughty Dog nowadays. Oh, now I remember you. You're in common server. Got it. Let me think for a second. Oh yeah. You know, like what Charlie said about, oh, the devs aren't the problem here, it's the people above them. That's pretty much what happened with No Man's Sky. Like, remember the whole thing, like they started working on the game. It got destroyed because of a flood. The publisher forced them to just work from the ground up and put that out. And then the main developer has been working on making up for that terrible launch ever since. And I feel like that may be the case with Game Freak and Pokemon. Like, I do not hate Pokemon. I really don't. Not even the newer games. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, every game has gotten worse, and I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, the earlier gens were better. It's been falling off since Gen 5. My personal opinion is that even if the games have gone worse, it wouldn't be Game Freak's fault. It would be the Pokemon Company's fault. I'm pretty sure the Pokemon Company or Nintendo is the publisher, and Game Freak is the developer. I could be wrong on that front, though. So that's why I get sick when people are like, oh my god, Game Freak, what are you thinking, or anything like that. Let's see. Let me look. Where's A to Z's video on, where's A to Z's video on Gary Peacock? Let's see. All the things that said my broadcast, those are all the test streams. Oh, here it is. Cyclist instantly regrets calling police on teenager.
Dude, literally stop.
No, I'm calling the police and you're not leaving.
As opposed to figuratively stop.
Oh boy, this cyclist instantly regret calling the police on this guy, as he was the one who ended up getting the consequences for the way he handled this relatively harmless situation. So this is Gary Peacock, and he was biking along the road.
Ren, so how's the lag? Virtually non-existent, I hope.
A half a lane of space, but that wasn't enough for Gary. So
Well, the Emperor agreed, even though I feel like the guy in charge would have been a bit more honest with what happened. That way, I think less people would have been less mad. Would have been mad? Are you talking about No Man's Sky? Because, I mean, I guess I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it really depends on, like, what the publisher allowed them to do. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the stuff that happened with No Man's Sky was the publisher's fault. Like, the main dev couldn't say anything. It couldn't be transparent because the publisher didn't allow it. I don't know how the game industry works. I'm just assuming. a lot of games have failed because of the publisher. That's the interesting thing. I feel like a good portion, if not most, of video games failed because the publisher had to step in and do something to screw the whole thing up. I don't know how true that is. I'm not a credible source. I'm just assuming based on my observations.
Gary decided to follow him into a parking lot and refused to let Pierce leave. Why? Because Gary thought that Pierce
the marathon thing. No Man's Sky was
this
released.
unacceptable behavior.
No Man's Sky was released unfinished. Yeah, I know the whole story. Like, they were making the game, the flood happened, destroyed all their work, or at least I think they lost half of the game, and then they tried to, and the publisher basically told them, no, you have to release it by this deadline. They either released it as is, or they tried to, like, scrounge up or fix up whatever they could, and then they put it out, and then everyone hated the launch, and then ever since, the main dev has been trying to make up for it using all of these free updates. And I hope they keep putting out free updates. I actually remember watching a video essay about the story of No Man's Sky. I don't know it's been a while since I watched it, and I honestly don't remember who posted it. I may have to look. No. I don't remember the title. I mean, maybe I posted it on Discord, but I'm not sure.
Behavior. So Pierce then recorded Gary, and this is how he ended
I mean,
up with
people
this
who were
clip.
mad because features that were promised and advertisements weren't in the final product. Yeah, wasn't that also part of the whole, they lost their progress and they had to put out what they could, even though it obviously wasn't finished. The publisher is usually to blame, but in a rare few instances, the developers just didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, that's true. I feel like an example of the developers like not knowing what they're doing is Duke Nukem Forever, because apparently the main dev of that game, or the least, I think the director, I don't know, somebody, one of the higher ups, like, he kept insisting that the game had to be made in the current engine for the time, the current high-end engine. So every time that current engine changed, that they had to make it in that engine. And that's why it's been like going on like what, 12, 13, 14 years. That's why it's been in that's long it's been in development. And I'm pretty sure also a lot of I'm pretty sure they were also trying to copy the popular games from each several years that they were changing the engine. I don't know. The development cycle for Duke Nukem Forever was a mess. That's all I know.
I have it on dash cam. You and Nick did. I'm gonna go skate.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're not. You're not going anywhere.
I keep pausing, but actually, I'm probably gonna put up Re-Rez's video on Kong's King of Skull Island or something like that. I don't know. It's probably a different title that I can't remember right now. But the point is, they make a good point about how it was the publisher's fault that the game turned out like it did. So, okay, mental cue, the Magic Mush's video on Fad Channels, then, I probably was thinking of putting up something, well, no, I can't find that video, the one about No Man's Sky, a terrible launch to its cut to the present day. So it's just gonna be like Magic Mush's video on the Fat Channels, and then it's gonna be Re-Rez's video on King of on that King Kong game that I can't remember the name of.
Dude, stop.
No, you're.
Dude.
God damn it! I keep pausing. Okay. Twilight Emperor, you don't want this to become no more heroes forever, do you? Oh boy. Ren, I usually point to Anthem. BioWare had so little idea of what to do with that game that an EA higher-up told them to emphasize the jetpacks. EA offered a good piece of advice. I can't speak on Anthem. Like, besides the loot boxes, the only thing I know about EA is that apparently they're the reason why we didn't get a third Alice in Wonderland game, the Gothic one, the Madness Returns one, that one. Because apparently they wanted, like, the main developer to... what was his name? American McGee? Yeah, that's the dev's name. They wanted him to emphasize the sexual themes for some reason. And as a form of rebellion, McGee, created this... He created a penis monster, apparently. I don't quote me on that. That's what I heard. And apparently EA was so turned off by this that they... I think they just... I think the story is that they let McGee just do whatever, and then McGee decided, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, and he just retired, and then the game got canned, so... I don't know the full story, but that's just what I think happened. Like based on based purely on memory. PP monster Mara? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, apparently said PP monster was supposed to be representative of non-sexual acts, non-consensual acts, apparently. And also apparently McGee was they were born because of said actions, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, apparently that's the reason for the themes in the second game. And I'm not was it in the first game? I'm not sure. I didn't finish the first game. I just know that's the reason those things were in the second game. And then I guess in the third game, Ian told him to just go full ham on it, and he was like, "I don't want to do that." And then Ian was like, "Okay, I see what you mean." Yeah, I really don't know the story. I'm just going off of memory of vague memory of vague things that I've read. Taylor Emperor, part of me wants to believe that EA was also part of the reason Veilguard was such a mediocre title. Lorenzo, non-consensual acts. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. You know what? Maybe we should just call it that from now on. McGee got us start working on Doom levels. Oh, he did? That's interesting. It reminds me of how Toby Foxy got his start making I think Earthbound fan games. I think it was either Earthbound fan games or Earthbound mods. You know, I kind of wish McGee didn't retire. I mean, it's ultimately what he wants, but at the same time, I kind of wanted to see that third game happen. I was really interested in where the story would go from there. Like, apparently, sorry, spoilers for the second game, but apparently the mental worlds like Wonderland, it really does exist, but it's like an Inside Out situation where these worlds, or no, it's like an Inside Out or Nights situation where, yes, those world exists, but you can only enter it through certain circumstances. Like in Nights, you can only go to I can't remember the name of the dimension, but you can only go there when you're asleep. So the world does exist. It's just that some people think it. I guess the kids who go there think it doesn't exist because you can only go there when you're asleep and dreaming. And then with Inside Out, apparently the emotions live in a pocket dimension that exists in your head. Like, so Wonderland kind of exists, but it also doesn't. It's just it's like some kind of dimension that's connected to Alice's mental state, I think. I don't know. I just found that concept really interesting, and I really wanted to see that come to fruition in a third game. Apparently, it was gonna explore that a bit more. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, let's see if I can play the game again before I get distracted.
No, I'm calling the police, and you're not leaving. You're not leaving. You're not leaving.
Bro's got his hands on me and stuff.
Yeah, guy won't leave because of the police.
Look at this dude. What are you doing? Why are you so cranky?
I'm calling the police.
Dude, why are you so cranky?
No, you're not going anywhere.
Oh my god.
You're not going anywhere.
Okay, what should I put on
You
this?
would think the path of least resistance to everyone would just be to ignore the driver and continue your workout.
I guess augmented.
We saw the dash cam. To me, it seems like there was plenty of space given. But I guess this is just more confirmation that main character syndrome exists outside of the influencer sphere, because this guy had no upside of doing all this except making.
I guess
his
this
ego
one.
feel
I don't
better.
know
The
which one
driver
to
who
put on.
passed him a little too close gets a fine, and I don't even think it was too close. But this video just gets so much worse.
I don't want to be aggressive with you, dude.
You already are. You pushed into me. I asked you to wait.
That
You didn't
store.
wait. Push. You did. How'd you get out of the car?
You yanked.
Yeah, I've got a very aggressive teenager here that almost hit me in the car.
How is the teenager the aggressive one?
And now he won't give me his last name. And now he's trying to leave.
He sounds like he's on the verge of tears. And now he won't give me his last name.
We're at the skate park.
The skate park.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a Subaru.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a Subaru. Yeah, he's a license plate.
Why is that guy's background a rug you'd see in a kindergarten? Oh, you're talking about A to Z? So apparently A to Z makes maps, like MAPS maps. I Apparently he creates maps, and what's hanging behind him is one of the maps he's created. I don't know what he makes maps for, honestly, but hey, he creates maps is what he likes to do, and apparently you can buy it on either in his merch store or Patreon. I forgot which one it was, but he does make maps. He mentions it in one of his videos. Yeah, he has one of his maps hanging behind him. My random thoughts are kicking in. It reminds me of how, even though it's completely unrelated, it reminds me of how Legal Eagle, you know, that shelf of books behind him. Yeah, that's not a green screen. That's actually all the law books he owns. He can literally go back in his chair and take a book right off the shelf, and he has. I think his most recent video was in one of his videos that I guess he baited people to thinking he was saying that he quits. He didn't really quit. He just said he was going to quit doing things halfway. Like he's going to improve his content going forward. I think that's what was I think that's what he was trying to say. Toby Fox was also inspired by Megami Tensei franchise. Might have been inspired by Persona 2. Okay. It's like a gamer shelf, but for people that read. Oh, man. I don't know, but for some reason, for people that read, it reminded me of the meme that Yu-Gi-Oh players never read. They don't read. I mean, they only read for as much as it takes for them to remember that one game-winning combo they need to pull off in order to win. And then after that, it's just autopilot. I should know. I go through it too. And sometimes the autopilot malfunctions and I end up completely fucking over the combo. Let's see, let me think. I remember like I was playing Master Duel and it was that one scene from the Cuphead show, like, you had him right at the palm of your hands. Like I had that feeling when I completely fucked up. I summoned the wrong fusion monster and I completely, oh man, I hated myself.
What a man-child. Dude's on the verge of crying because he's harassing a teenager.
I don't think I conceded either. I think I just laid down. I think I just ended my turn and just took the loss. I didn't even concede.
And he's recording me because he's a jerk.
I'd be recording this guy too. He forcefully opened
Okay, let me pause. Yeah, this is apparently a map. Let me go full screen here. Apparently this is a map that he himself created. I don't know what it's a map of, but it is something he made. Let me hang on. Okay, apparently I can't go more on his It's because I'm in full screen? Let me see. Why can't I click on it? That's weird. But Matt City. Wait, does he make maps or mats? I don't know. Matt City. It is he. Oh, yeah, look at this. There. This is the thing he has in the background, I think. This is the one. $80, damn. Matt City. Oh, these are maps. These are map mats. So New York City, Los Angeles, Matt City, whatever that is. Matt City, Mars. Okay. It's in great quality, definitely worth the money. Mouse pads. Oh, okay, it's the same map but in mouse pad form. These actually look pretty cute, I'm not gonna lie. Cities A to Z collection. I wonder how good quality is that he's charging $80 for this mat. Like, how big is it? Well, it's behind him, so I imagine it's a good size. And then the mouse pads are like $20. Alright, get back to YouTube. How do we get back? Here we go. Where's the history? Here we go. Maybe I shouldn't bother in full screen anymore.
It's not like the teenager committed a hit and run here.
And I want you to come and give this guy a ticket. I'd be willing to testify in court against this guy.
Okay.
Oh, great. Now I'm reminded of this one video I was watching of, oh yeah, this guy, this cyclist, he completely ran a stop sign, and as he was driving onto the road, he had his arms up, like if he was expecting the cars to just stop for him. Guess what? He got hit. I'm pretty sure he's okay. I don't think he died, but I'm just saying, maybe he should have won that Darwin Award. You don't do that. There are signs on the road for a reason.
He came way too close to me. Huh? He did not hit me. There's a law in Utah that says you have to stay 3 feet from a cyclist. He did not. He just went right next to me.
Oh my god, so much of chat to read. Yeah, Toby said the negotiation mechanics is inspired by the ones in SMT. Ah, okay. By the way, Sugar, what do you think of the new Luna Lights? I have not played Yu-Gi-Oh! In a while, so I have no opinion. I don't blame some people with the card text bloat on some boss monsters. That is true. That is really true. Goddamn tariffs! No anime titty mouse pad, lame. Oh, man.
I wouldn't bother pulling over if this guy weren't unsafe.
If he acted like this every single time a car passed him a little too close.
Sorry, I got my random memory got triggered again. And one of the Magic Mush videos, I think in the AVGN ripoff video, I'm pretty sure I watched in the first stream. The angry, pissed off hardcore gamer, he had a Bayonetta mouse pad that the cushions were Bayonetta's butt cheeks. Oh boy. It's why I don't necessarily agree with Mush when he says that Bayonetta is just Devil May Cry with boobs. I think it's Devil May Cry with ass. That's what I think.
He would be living in a courtroom at this point, and he knows all of this is on dash cam. So again, where is the upside?
You and Nick did.
I don't know about you guys, but to me it seems like he gave more than 3 feet here. But some other dude shows up after seeing the commotion and sides with the driver.
He thinks I got really close to him on the road.
You did. If it's on your dash cam, we'll have proof.
I do have it on my dash cam.
Okay? Could you
I
please
didn't
come
have
right
it
now?
no.
Now there's another guy here. You leave.
He put his hands on me. I would stay if I were you.
Yeah, there's another individual, and he's just standing there. I'd like to get rid of him.
You're in public. What?
He's just standing there menacingly.
This guy's actually like the final boss of Karens. Is he Karen of the Year? I gotta do a Karen of the Year awards. Is this?
What do you call it, guys? I asked this question before, but assuming nobody heard me, what do you guys call a male Karen? I call him Kevin's personally. I know some people just straight up just call him Karen or male Karen, but I don't know. I just call him Kevin's.
This guy, he's definitely on the podium. But dude, I mean, come on. At this point, just click in those cyclist shoes and just cycle on.
I have a video, dude. I recorded myself. He was putting his hands on me, ripping my door open and stuff. I know.
Because you were trying to leave.
I was not.
You were getting out of the car.
Stop.
It's in your phone.
Dude.
It's in your phone.
You're insane.
You're an asshole.
Okay.
Aw.
Cool. Can you back up?
You're an asshole.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here. No, because you might leave. And I want you to be here when the police get here. He's trying to leave.
Dude, my keys are not.
He's trying to leave. He is. He's asking me to move out of the way. He's going to leave.
You're in my face, dude.
My goal is to never become like this. You have that famous quote, respect your elders, which is true. But also, respect the youth should hold just as much weight. Like, if this guy is a teenager, he hasn't been driving for long. He didn't even drive too close to the guy. Like, thankfully he has a dash cam because it proves that he's completely innocent here, but still.
Listen, respect your elders. I understand what they're trying to say on paper, but at the same time, listen. Speaking as a victim of somebody speaking as a victim of an elderly abuser, I don't know how to feel about that. I can't help but disagree. Like, listen, the respect has to be earned, right? Respect is a two-way street. You can't just offer respect to somebody who just refuses to give it to you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hell, come on, give the youth some leniency, especially in situations like this, because it doesn't seem like he maliciously tried to cut him off or anything like that, because he gave room, passed, then quickly had to merge because of oncoming traffic. Could he have maybe made things a little bit more comfortable for the biker by waiting for oncoming traffic, then going way around into the opposite side of the lane to pass, maybe, but that is way too extra. And if that's really
Here's another
this
thing,
guy's
I decided
standard,
to
he
switch
shouldn't
over
be
to
cycling
Opera,
around.
the Opera mini player instead of the
Get back in the car.
Firefox one. You can actually adjust the volume on the Opera GX one.
Oh, wait, right here.
Then don't try to get around my bike.
Dude, you think I was in your space over there?
Yes.
Then
I'm riding a bike. I have more rights than you.
What? Bro, isn't the quote share the road? Both you
Yeah.
guys have equal amount of rights on the road. Both are operating vehicles. What is this entitlement? But thankfully, his entitlement gets shut down when the police arrives.
what, dude?
I have the right of way.
We
No,
share a road.
I have the right of way when I'm on a bike. Do you ride a bike?
I thought the rule of the right of way is that the person on the right has the right of way. Isn't that how you remember it? The person on the right always has the right. I mean, I heard that from Canada's Worst Driver, so maybe it only applies in Canada, but I don't know. That's how I remember it.
Sometimes.
Oh, you don't ride a bike. Obviously, you wouldn't have been so close to me if you did.
A mask. It seems connected to the axon.
This is
It
such
speaks.
a waste of everyone's
He who
time,
lives in
including the
between.
police.
Behind
But
his
they're
veil,
also in
emotions
Park
swell.
City, Utah,
For a
so
life force
I
to
wouldn't be
paint.
surprised if this
But
was like
he
an
is a
average
reflection
course
of
action out
what
there.
he is
So the
a reflection of
police
sadness.
finally showed up. So
Something
we're
happens.
Now going to switch over to the police body cam to see what went down.
You'll stand over there by those
Well,
cars.
I'm complaining party.
Fantastic.
Can I tell you what happened?
Fantastic. Will you go stand over there for a second?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to issue you one for disorderly conduct as well. So if you'll just hang tight over on the sidewalk over there.
Then I won't press charges.
It's too late.
Why am I getting, for what?
Because you were aggressive to him.
Yes, I was, but he was trying to leave.
Okay, go wait over there. I'll explain it here in a second.
Can't we just?
Nope.
Oh, come on, man. I was the victim here.
All right, watch out.
I was the
The entire
victim
movie was shut
here.
down. This dude clearly always gets his way, but he's in complete denial that he isn't for the first time ever, it seems like.
We can go a different way and you can be arrested for disorderly conduct. That's an arrestable offense.
What kind of disorderly conduct is it?
You opened his door 3 times. Okay? He doesn't have to get out of his car for you. He doesn't have to identify for you. You are not law enforcement. You don't get to come out here and enforce things. You call us and let us do it. Okay. He didn't say he was going to leave in his vehicle. He's like, I'm here to skate. I'm going to go skate. He didn't believe he did anything wrong. He's going to provide me the dash cam.
Okay.
He basically told you what he was going to do to pass the time until the police arrived. That's what he
Yes,
did.
and you don't get to be aggressive with people like that.
Okay.
That's disorderly. That's why you are getting a citation as well.
Why is it too late? What does it mean? What does it mean, disorderly?
What is
Do I
it?
have to go to
Oh,
court for
God.
this? You're kidding me.
Yeah. You were adamant that this, and you were the one causing the stir here.
What if I apologize?
It's too late. I've already seen the evidence. I am obligated.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay.
Oh, now that he gets in trouble, he realizes how stupid this is and it's not worth anyone's time. But soon, he'll regret everything.
So if you'll wait over here on the sidewalk.
I've got to be kidding me. What can we do to resolve this? I mean, this
Not act like that in the future.
Okay.
It's how we can.
I
And
understand.
it's not going to fix today, but it's going to fix the future.
I am going
I
to
get-
Portland tomorrow.
There we go.
Fantastic. I'm going to issue. You're not going to jail. You're getting a citation, so you get to deal with it on your own time. You sort that out between you and the court.
Is he coming to court?
Too late. Too
Yeah.
early.
Because he's getting a ticket too.
There we go.
What's he getting a ticket for?
I'm going to give him a ticket
For what?
for the violation that you swear up and down that he did. On your word.
Okay, what if we just...
Nope.
What if we just resolve
Nope.
this?
You asked for it over there. He showed me evidence. He's going to provide me the evidence of that. It's either going to substantiate it or discredit it. And his ticket may or may not go away based on that. Yours, however, I have evidence of.
This is BS. Like, this driver does not deserve a ticket here. He has to fight that in court. If he loses this ticket, I will pay for his ticket because this is just ridiculous. Because,
crap.
again, it seems like from the dash cam that he gave more than enough room to not get a ticket. And the only reason he's getting a ticket here is because this Karen is being his own witness and swearing that he did, in fact, merge way too close to him or something like that within the 3-foot law. Clearly, that's not the case.
So here, I'm going to have is this a misdemeanor?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have a misdemeanor on my...
Yes, because of your behavior.
Because I got hot?
Yes.
And that's justifiable?
Yes. Absolutely.
Dude just realized his actions.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Okay, I'm reading the chat now. No, it's both. What? There are videos talking about the new Lunar Light cards. No, it's both. What? Why not both? Oh, you're talking about the Kevin. You're talking about the Kevin, or what do you call Mel Karen thing? Ken? Oh, come on. Ken deserves that. He's just Ken. He's Ken enough. Leave Ken alone. Respect your elders. Now, I think old people just need to get in the criminal out. Ouch. I would like you to check out the Wizardry videos after this. Wizardry, your grandpa's RPG. Nah, I was talking about the Bayonetta thing. Oh, okay. It's a Devil May Cry with boobs and ass. That's perfect, actually. Guys, I'm sorry I ever doubted you.
Have consequences. He could have been finished with his workout by now, with his feet kicked up by the fire in his cozy Park City crib. But instead, he's out here LARPing as a Park City hall monitor and getting himself misdemeanors. Was it worth it?
Hall monitor!
People's names. You don't get a demand that they don't go anywhere. You don't get to open their
Oh yeah,
door.
this is that SpongeBob episode where he tries to act like a hall monitor and then he actually tried to act like a
I watched the video of it.
Because I was talking to him.
No, he...
Oh man, I forgot what they're called.
Under no obligation to you.
A traffic officer, I guess.
You should know that.
If he has...
Do I get to just walk up to your door and start...
And then by the end of the montage, like everyone crashed their boats into the center of the intersection.
That's absolutely disorderly. That's unreasonable.
Ah, shit.
No, because you think you have the right to do that. And I'm here to protect his rights as much as I'm here to protect your rights.
Oh.
Which, yes.
But you could...
You
Damn
need
hats.
to control your temper at that point.
I understand.
How does he not know?
Ah, shit. No way. No APs.
Worth all this.
No action
Ripping
points.
The guy's door open multiple times because of what? You got your feelings
There we go.
hurt because he passed you 6 foot away from you rather than the 3 foot legal requirement. There's a reason so many people dislike cyclists, and you have this whole meme on Instagram where if anything goes wrong, people comment biker's fault, even though there's no
biker's fault
present in the video. It's because of
when in doubt, blame the cyclist.
Okay, so we can drag this out and we can keep arguing. Or I can get to work, get you a ticket, and get you on your ride.
What if we both agree that neither one of us wants a ticket?
At this point, I've seen what I've seen. I've seen the evidence. You were adamant that you asked for a ticket, and now because you're getting
there
one,
we
you want
go.
him to get out of it.
Right?
No, you're both getting one today.
Okay.
So he wasn't trying to leave; he was trying to go skate.
That's leaving.
The way.
How do I know that's the case?
Because it's not your job to worry about that.
It's my worry. It's my job to make sure that somebody that has an infraction stays here so you can arrive.
Okay.
I do believe that I have a right to do that. You say I don't, but I think I do.
Give it up, dude. Or at least if you're gonna crash out over it in court.
So that's why you're being charged with this. Okay. Phone number for the court's right there.
Okay.
Give them a couple days.
Is this a fine or what is
this? Is a ticket.
A ticket.
It is.
What does that mean, ticket?
It's an infraction.
Is it a traffic ticket?
No, it's a non-traffic criminal citation. It's a
criminal citation.
Yes, because that behavior is criminal. You don't get to act like that to people. Clear as day. Give them a couple days to get the information. Do not wait more than 2 weeks. Otherwise, it will go to a warrant.
Okay.
Okay. You're free to go.
Say thank you, but I'm glad I called the police.
Well, I wish this went different.
Yeah.
So here's your ID. Sorry.
Next time I won't call the police.
Well, we just witnessed Karen death. It's like ego death, but instead you just mind your own business and treat people with respect and empathy. Imagine if he just did that to begin with, we wouldn't have had this whole situation. So the driver, Pierce, ended up getting fined $130, which he thankfully is fighting in court next month. He's also apparently 22 and not a teenager, but everyone else has referred to him as a teenager. I guess it's because it flows better in the title though, so we're gonna run with that as well. There is an update to the story, as Pierce released the full dash cam footage and the update to the court case.
Okay, upgrade attributes.
that you and Nick did.
Here's that point system that Lorenzo likes. There we go. I'm so glad I found out that Opera GX lets you make the mini player transparent.
Hold off to the side, I did.
So he sent that to the attorney's office, and thankfully they ended up dropping his citation. Pierce also shared his thoughts about the situation here.
It really confused me when the man came up and banged on my window. He was already threatening to call the police before I recorded. You could hear that at the end of the dash cam video. And so at that moment, I was like, I'm going to record this for my own safety. Now, if I didn't start recording, this would have ended up completely different. That's because it would have been his word versus my word. A 22-year-old kid who's trying to make it, or a 73-year-old man who's retired and has plenty of money to blow. And that's exactly why I think he was able to get off with just a disorderly conduct charge. It's based off of what he was telling the officer. I feel like if I didn't have the video, the cop could have totally arrested me, and he could have gotten away with.
That's why you need dash cams. You need to prove to the insurance company or to the police or whoever that whatever happened wasn't your fault. Sorry, I remembered something else. I remember there was this. I think there was this person who makes videos about being an Uber driver. I don't think he's a taxi cab driver. He is a rideshare driver. I don't remember if it's Uber or Lyft, but the point is, he got into an argument with this lady who I think was drunk, and apparently she disagreed on, but they both disagreed on what she said they were gonna drop her off, and at one point, the lady told him, well, you dropped me off in a place I didn't want to be in, or something like that. And during the in-post commentary, like the voiceover, the guy mentioned how, in a court case, who would the jury believe? Like the lady or the guy in this situation? And I'm sure you can understand the implications, the double standards here. And he shut that notion down pretty quick, and they did eventually work out the issue. She did end up getting dropped off where she says she wanted to be dropped off. And this whole idea of who is the jury going to believe? This person who's actually in the right but would be perceived negatively, or the person who's in the wrong but would be perceived positively. It's really unfair, honestly. Let me play this again.
Nothing, no charge, nothing. And so, I don't know. I'm grateful for the video, and very.
This video's almost over. Let me just head on. Oops, didn't mean to mute.
Apparently paid his fine instantly, so his case was closed as soon as possible. So Pierce couldn't press further charges against him, apparently. I didn't know things worked like that, so that's interesting. You live and learn. So there's a takeaway. Record if you feel like you're being wronged.
Whoa! How did that happen? Why is it speeding up?
Hopefully you don't end up in a situation where you end up on my channel. Pierce did mention that he was looking into a civil lawsuit against Gary, which could be very interesting. So if a lot of stuff happens there, we will be covering. But at least he isn't facing life in prison like this Kick streamer is for this incredibly stupid challenge. You can check out that video.
Kick. Let's see here. I find it so hilarious that despite all the bullshit that happens on Kick, even they want nothing to do with Johnny Somali. They draw the line at Johnny Somali. It's hilarious. Okay, let me see here. What was that video? Oh yeah, YouTube Fad channels. Where is it? He doesn't really have he really doesn't have all that videos. He only started making videos 2 years ago. Aha, Deserted Huck's YouTube Fad channels. Here we go.
Topic of just want to watch something entertaining, got you covered. But due to the incredibly large, YouTube is a big place. It is one of the most used websites on the internet. According to recent analytics, over 2 billion people use it every month. That's 1/4 of the world's population. Whether you want to know about a certain topic or just want to watch something to entertain yourself, YouTube has got you covered. But due to the incredibly large influx of people who watch it every day, the tastes of all those people change over times, just like they always have throughout history.
Holding start causes that sometimes, or holding click or space. Oh, okay.
What is always in will be out in a few years. This is what we call a fad. Fads can range from all sorts of things, from hairstyles to clothing styles to toys or random objects. Anything can be really considered a fad if you
Pokemon was a fad.
One thing they all have in common.
I mean, I would call it.
Despite being super popular for a period of time.
I would call Pokemon a quasi fad. There was this huge moment where you could see Pokemon everywhere, and then once the hype died down, it's still super popular. I think it's one of Nintendo's highest selling properties, but at the end of the day, it's nowhere near as popular as it used to be back in the 1990s. I was born in 1998, so I think I just barely missed the Pokemania. I think my mom witnessed it, though.
Which can range from just a month to a few years, the masses will eventually stop caring about it. It always happens. Whatever people have been interested in on YouTube has changed and
Pet
shifted,
rocks.
and you can see that within the landscape.
I have never understood pet rocks, not even as a child. Like, my teacher, like, the project was for us to make pet rocks, and I was like, why? Like, it's boring. And it's like, well, you don't have to feed it, you don't have to clean up its poop, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. And I was like, that's boring. I want to take care of something. I want to actually take care of something, not just let something sit in a, like, why? I don't understand.
What videos people want to watch on YouTube?
And that's another thing. What were we learning from making pet rocks? Like, what was the point of any of this? I don't remember if I made one anyway, or if I took the 0, but the point is, I didn't understand the purpose.
And what gets you the most views has also changed constantly. There are indeed many areas of YouTube that include what it looked like design-wise, what the interests of the viewers were, and who was popular around that time. Of course, these didn't last forever. Consumer taste.
Fidget spinners. I remember those too.
Some channels evolved to take into consideration what the masses were into, and others refused to let go. Some still thought they could keep making videos on the same fad that gave them the fame in the first place, and because of this, they, like the fads themselves, fade into obscurity.
I didn't understand why you were saying nice until
give up the ghost and just quit.
I saw the flag. That's the Climbers Expedition, by the way. They're the reason that we were able to climb on certain structures. You'll see what I'm talking about later.
Someone like me would dig them up to show everyone. Hey kids, want to see some YouTube?
Now I just need to take down the Joy Max. The Joy Mask.
Are the deserted husks of YouTube fad channels.
No, this is... no, wrong way. YouTube poop and blooper channels. I barely remember ever watching YouTube poops.
Out of all the topics I'm talking about today, this one's the most wholesome. Before your Mr. Beast and before your criticals, before everything on YouTube became about constant output and making money, in the early days, we had YouTube poops. What the fuck? YouTube poop.
No, that I remember. What the fuck, boom? WTF boom.
All it required was some simple editing skills in a pre-existing form of media, and then you could screw with it. You could distort the video, reverse it, or add another video or piece made over it to make it funny. That's the thing about these. They were so easy to make, and anyone with any editing skills was able to make one. In fact, I could make one right now. Watch.
What a fucking barnacle head.
You see, back in the day, we didn't have access to all these long-form videos to keep us
What a
entertained
fucking
for
barnacle.
hours.
Oh, I remember that clip.
We didn't have access to some guy
Wasn't that when PewDiePie said the N-word?
Mega Man for 8 hours. There weren't any real notable figures to keep us entertained, save for a small few. So individual people
Ass!
entertained
I don't watch
themselves
AVGN
and
either.
others, and used
Aha, Joy Mask.
And that's what birthed YouTube poops. Now, the media they used in these were usually easy targets, the ones that were the most exploitable. There was a ton of SpongeBob YouTube poops along with the old Mario cartoon show, but this is also where the masses became aware of the Zelda and Mario CDI games and cutscenes. These characters were so strange and so quotable, you couldn't help but not warp and distort them to hell and back.
Whatever I see, I shall devour.
Oh, thank God, it's nowhere near as loud now.
The sheer amount of effort put
In the last few streams, that thud sound was so loud.
However,
Okay, that was pretty cool.
on YouTube back in the day, I didn't watch these much. I watched a few, but not as many as I should have. I did watch another genre of video that was very similar though. Blooper videos.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Aha! Japanese! I knew a game like this would have Japanese in it!
Blooper videos were usually some dude...
Don't forget, I'm a weeb.
I'm turning on cheats, and with a bit of editing knowledge...
Or an otaku, I don't know. Some people have negative, associate weeb with something a lot more negative.
But dear God, I could not stop watching these blooper videos. They were the most entertaining things to me. Like genuinely setting peas in front of a toddler. There would be all these reoccurring characters and shows, like these videos were obsessed with Scatman John. They played his music all the time in some form or another.
I can Scatman!
This is how most people today know Scatman John. These videos. And I think we can all thank them for that.
I only remember it from, I think a teacher played it as an example of what scatting is. Also, there's one other time where someone told me to sing it, like for a meme, and then this last one where somebody on my Discord posted it, SpongeBob Scat Pants, and it's the scene in the Goofy Goober song from the movie where where SpongeBob suddenly starts scatting, and they replaced the scatting with Scatman John. I came to Scatman. Oh God.
Oh my God, this is the Windows Movie Maker scrolling font. Oh God, you could not get any more old school YouTube than this.
I remember when the Stanley Parable used that for a joke.
Crusty falsa right
now. Ow.
Looking at these videos today,
ow,
they're not much. They're nothing special. But you have to remember, these videos weren't made by people with art degrees or wanting to throw away on set designs of the most cutting-edge video software. These weren't made to make money or to put yourself into the mainstream and become a well-known figure for fame. These were made for fun and nothing else. And they have to be admired for that. They are a fossil of the old days of YouTube before it became so corporatized and everything has to be about money. So, why did these fall into favor? Well, then I have to guess two reasons.
There's a flag there.
More and more figures like Smosh and Fred. Oh God, please! They started becoming well-known figures
Fred.
who'd become trusted enough to put out good.
Anybody remember that iCarly episode where they treated Fred like he's some kind of a comedic genius that everyone loves except Freddy?
Becoming the norm compared to some teenager with some knowledge of Windows Movie Maker and some semblance of humor. Because anyone can make a YouTube poop and blooper video, you'd get a bunch that varied in quality. One could be the funniest shit you've ever seen, or you'd find one that was a complete waste of time. And the second reason why is this is when corporations started taking notice of YouTube and realized what this website could be used for. This was around the time when Viacom tossed a huge lawsuit at YouTube, suing them for millions of dollars because people were uploading clips of their shows without their permission on there. This, of course, included YouTube Poops, which were filled with clips from their shows. And so, YouTube started cracking down.
That reminds me of when my original channel got nuked. Some sort of Apple alphabet soup of a user copyright striked my video because of the music it used. To this day, I don't know who that was supposed to be.
And nothing new ever gets uploaded. But hey, even though they haven't been in favor for a long time, their legacy still lingers. YouTube poops still get made for the people who still find them entertaining. And so they probably never will fully go away. And some of the new ones are still really funny.
Nope.
Super Mario Glitchy
Bad
4
end.
is a popular YouTuber who has blooper videos to thank for all of his success and inspiration. He used to
Ew,
them,
the mouse have eyes in them.
Mutated into a more modern version of them, with more memes and editing techniques, and they still get a ton of views. So, blooper videos still technically exist, they're just not called blooper videos anymore. But in the end, these channels and videos just
why are they called blooper videos? Were they mistakes or something?
About entertaining random people and yourself. Not for profit, not for clout, but
Oh.
And they need to be admired for that. These are truly wholesome, and if you disagree, well, you can just eat a load of scat.
Scat! Shit. Can I poke the eye out? No. Wait, yes, okay.
Despite being one of the most popular websites on the internet, YouTube stands as the odd man out. When a website is up and running for well over a decade, they'll usually add new features throughout the years to keep people invested and keep them coming back. YouTube
could have just been a
is the
coincidence,
enigma in
honestly.
this case. YouTube has actively taken features away as the years have gone by. If they add a new feature, they also likely get rid of it just as fast. Listen, if any people from the future are watching this, how's it looking now? How bare bones? I bet it's just a video player. The one feature I've missed for years was the ability to watch
too late.
videos in their own YouTube channel page. That was so convenient, and I have no clue why they got rid of it. But I'm getting off topic at this point. There was one feature that has come and gone, and that was video responses. You see, around a decade ago, you had the ability to watch a video and then make a video yourself, respond to the video, and what you had to say on it. Sort of useless to a good chunk of people. Most are just satisfied with making a comment. However, this one feature, for a while, would spawn one of the most obnoxious YouTube fads in the website's history. Reply girls.
Okay, so in the Newgrounds days of the internet, Mario blooper parodies were a thing. Oh.
Because there really is no fossil to discover here. Almost all the Reply Girls channels have been killer queened off YouTube. There's almost no trace of them left. But there's still a small
JoJo reference.
Still have their videos of making fun of Reply Girls, and you can see the impact these have. Reaction videos have been a long criticized form of media on YouTube. Basically, taking someone else's content and reacting to it. It's been up for debate if these are even considered constructive use of someone's work. But Reply Girls were well below even this shit. These were the most low effort, lowest common denominator videos anyone could possibly make. They make my editing skills look like a fucking Maxor video. It's just them staring into a camera and talking about the video they just watched. Now, this is kind of what the reaction feature was for, but Reply Girls abused the ever-loving shit out of it. They would reply to the most random stuff. The number of views, or the length, or the entire purpose of the video did not matter. They would reply to it. They swarmed YouTube with these low-effort videos for the sole purpose of views and making money. And there were tons of Reply Girls too. Tons of them making these low-effort videos for the sake of profit. And almost all of them were met with
to see there's more
disgust
monsters
and
around here.
vitriol. But some did get some semblance of a following. I imagine it has to do with their very entertaining, endearing, charismatic personality and their thought-provoking and interesting videos. For a while, there was a huge push by bigger YouTubers to get YouTube to do something about these videos.
I watch anime for the plot
there
or
was
something.
low-effort tier garbage that had no substance or value, and they flooded every single recommendation page. This was the most bottom-of-the-barrel entertainment you could put on YouTube. Say what you will about prank videos or 3am videos or any of those other fads that were big for a while, those at least required actors and some semblance of effort. There is no effort here. There is nothing of substance here. The entire reason these videos were made was to make money in the laziest way possible. Even if you were to click on the video to voice your disgust, they still got your view, and that was enough for them. Eventually, YouTube did do something about this by changing how YouTube determines how videos are recommended.
A mask. It seems connected to the axon. It speaks. He who painted this world, seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share with those he loves. Behind his smile, what could it be?
Sadly, this also came at
Joy.
the sacrifice of animation
Something
channels
happens.
who made their whole career off of short animation videos. Animating a 2-minute video by yourself takes months to make, and there was nothing they could really do about it. You know why Aaron Hansen stopped making animations and started sucking at the video games? Well, you can blame Reply Girls for that. This was a fad on YouTube. I and most others are glad died off. It wasn't entertaining, it wasn't fun for anyone, except the ones making money off of it. And now YouTube...
I don't think I was there for that, for Reply Girls.
This is a fad nobody will miss.
Because I don't remember them at all.
What happened to all the Reply Girls, you may ask? Oh, that's easy. They ran to Twitch.
I thought he was going to say OnlyFans or something. Oh, there's Mike. There's the guy. There's the reason I put this video on in the first place.
Now, this last one might be a bit controversial because I'm going to be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, I know Five Nights at Freddy's is still a very popular franchise. The games still sell a bunch, and it still has a huge, huge fan base. I'm well aware of that. But listen, I like to compare Five Nights at Freddy's success to Pokemon's. Strange comparison, I know, but let me explain myself. Pokemon, to this day, is an extremely popular franchise. The games sell millions, and it is literally the most popular intellectual property on planet Earth.
Is that true?
For those who don't know or weren't born, when the first game released outside of Japan in 1998, a global event many have dubbed Pokemania happened. Oh yeah, Pokemon is still popular to this day, but back in 1998 and 1999, oh my god, you could not escape it.
Ow.
It was everywhere. You could not go a single day or night without hearing about something Pokemon related or seeing something Pokemon related advertised to you. I was still a drooling baby in 1999, and even I have vague memories of being shown some Pokemon product.
Same.
If you cared about Pokemon or not, you were still hearing about it all the damn time. So yeah, Pokemon is still popular, but compared to that period of time, nothing else compares. And I also view Five Nights at Freddy's the same way, albeit in a more compact manner. Yeah, Five Nights is still popular today, but if you were regular on the internet around 2014 and 2015, just like Pokemon, you could not escape it. Every YouTuber was talking about it and playing it.
This
every
I remember.
website was talking about it. It was all over every social media platform. It was everywhere. Scott Cawthon, a simple man, had created a phenomenon and was making bank off of it, no doubt. But it just wasn't Scott who was making bank off of it. Of course, tons of other YouTubers saw the potential profit as well, and so they got right to the milk. Tons of channels started popping up dedicated to Five Nights for the sole purpose of getting that dosh from anyone remotely interested in the game. Now, of course, not all of these were just to mine.
Now, this is related to what I said earlier about, like, what was mentioned earlier about stealing artwork.
So you got, of course, a ton of Let's Players playing the games, and then the theory videos, and then anything else you could possibly imagine.
Oh, I remember this one. Oh yeah, I was talking about it.
This happened every single time a new game came out, and they came out in pretty quick succession, so content was ripe for the picking.
Shit.
I remember the day Five Nights at Freddy's 3 came out. This was the peak of hype for the series, if you ask me. Every YouTuber was playing the game, trying to be the first one to beat it. I remember one YouTuber in particular, I can't remember his name though, for the life of me. He legit sounded out of breath, and like someone had a gun to his head. He was so nervous playing the game. He was rushing the videos out as fast as possible, trying to be the first one to beat him. It was crazy. But then, after a while, after all these YouTubers were mining the series for gold, the unthinkable happened. Popularity started to wane.
Ow.
This did not sit well with some YouTubers who had dedicated their entire channel to Five Nights at Freddy's. This was their life source. This was their way of life. And yes, it's true Five Nights at Freddy's is a whole franchise now. There are plenty of things to talk about. And some still have been able to thrive off of it to this day, like Dawko. Dawko is a well-known figure and is still quite popular. But I'm more impressed on how a Brit was able to be so interested in the series based off an American-themed Chuck E. Cheese knockoff and became famous because of it.
What's unbelievable about that? Whatever. Do they not have Chuck E. Cheese in the UK?
What's going on, guys? Dawko back again.
So,
I don't get it.
Still make a living off of FNAF stuff. But why sell it for 5 figures when you could be making 6? So a lot of them abandoned their channel because they weren't making the money they once were. There is a handful of channels that had this happen, but one in particular is the poster boy for this mass abandonment. That YouTuber being Smike. Once
I remember
upon a
this
time,
guy.
Smike was.
I used to be subscribed to him.
He was Todd Howard's little man. He made videos on Skyrim, its lore, and tons of other things. He had garnered a small following because of this. He wasn't some big hit YouTuber, but he was good at doing Skyrim videos. But after a bit, Smite decided to take a break from Skyrim videos and try something else for once. Now, what's this Five Nights at Freddy's game? Looks interesting. I'll take a look at it. Next thing you know, his channel blows up. So, Smite now has a new audience of people looking for FNAF content. And what can he do with this newfound thing? Why? Milk the shit out of it. And when I mean milk, I mean...
I remember this milk meme. Other ones are... I mean, England has Mr. Wimpy. It's not as insane. Others are Charlie Chalks, Wacky Warehouse, and Viewers Fair?
About basically every single FNAF
Fair,
character,
okay.
whatever the newest game was. From the animatronics to the Easter eggs. He even had a top 10 fact video about, get this, the cupcake. Yes, the fucking cupcake from Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, Chica's Cupcake.
I'm gonna be showing you.
I remember that one too. I remember when it was first uploaded.
In Five Nights at Freddy's.
You gotta be really rich to make these kind of videos. Of course, his videos would also lead to some controversy. For example, when he made a Let's Play of the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, where he admitted he had never played a Five Nights at Freddy's game.
I remember that one too.
Now I do have to admit something.
I was subscribed to him, so I remember most of this.
Played Five Nights at Freddy's before. I know that my channel, you know, I do a lot of videos on this game, but I never actually played it, to be honest. I never even installed the game.
Now, I know there's a whole ongoing argument. You don't need to play a game to be a fan of it. You can be sucked in by the lore and story and all that shit. But I personally feel that there is a certain element lost not playing the game experience again for yourself. That being said, there's a difference between...
Listen, about this, like, having a certain element being lost, sure, I guess, but at the same time, I don't know, man. Like, you can read a summary of something and be a fan of, like, what you've read. It's like, to me, it's like reading a book, or at least a more fragmented version of a book. Like, how, like, what are you losing exactly? Like, unless you're reading about, like, a video game, or, like, which would apply in this case, or a TV show or a movie, what element is being lost exactly from not experiencing it to yourself? It's purely visual, that's what I believe. And besides, I feel like, even if you do love it as much as you say you do, like, the moment you watch it, it won't give you more of an incentive to watch it. That's what I mean to say, or to experience it for yourself. So, like, the point of, oh, you're not, you're missing something, like an important element is being lost, like, they're gonna experience this sooner or later, right? Anyway, right? I mean, I hope so.
Something, and then actively profiting off of it and its fan base. He was making quite a chunk of change from these videos and hadn't even touched a single game from it. And then there was the fan art controversy. In some of his videos,
yep, here we go, the fan stealing, the art stealing.
To put in his videos, but hadn't given proper credit to the artists. Now, remember, he was still making a shit ton of money off of these vids, so he was basically profiting off these artists' works without giving credit to them. The heat did eventually get to him from this, and he took down all the vids of stolen art and made a huge pile of the video, and crediting every artist he took from. Jesus Christ! Is this a credits list or Christopher Jones's acceptance speech? And the last thing about Smike was his older fan base. The ones that subbed to him for Skyrim content. Of course, they were feeling a bit alienated and ignored for the ones that subbed him for Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. They wanted him to eventually start talking about Skyrim or Bethesda in general again. But most of these requests fell on deaf ears. The majority of his older fan base left because it became very clear Freddy's was
baby.
But then, like I said earlier, the massive popularity of Five Nights started to wane. Smite's views started dwindling, and he realized the kids.
Give me a second. It's getting dark, and it's my job to shut off close the blinds. I'll be right back. I'm back and I don't know who Beba is. Unless you heard my niece or something.
So, he eventually tried tucking his head back under Todd Howard's arms, but it was too little too late. The kids took themselves away, and his older fan base he had alienated had left a while ago. Smike was abandoned by both of his audiences, and doing the only thing he could do, he made one video about Poppy's playtime, got a couple of views, and disappeared. His channel being left as a fossil when Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, my niece. I guess you heard her. Yeah.
Smike is.
But by the way, you can tell if somebody really cares about Poppy Playtime or knows anything about it by listening to how they pronounce it. If they pronounce it Poppy's Playtime, that's how you know they don't know anything about it.
It's a reminder to all YouTubers: don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I offer you a nice egg in this trying time.
Don't abandon an already established fan base for something else, because it may come back.
No. I'm not listening to the Bite of 87 joke again. Okay. What did I say I was gonna watch next? Magic Mushes video. Is the Magic Mushes video on? No, don't grab my cup. Let's see, I was talking about the fan art thing, then and I said I couldn't find the video for I couldn't find the video for the oh yeah, Re-Res's video. Huh? Jesus, the video's an hour? I say that, but I'm gonna be streaming for a few hours. If not 12 hours again, I don't know.
Skull Island: Rise of Kong is an action platformer developed by Iguanabee. It was published by Game Mail Entertainment for PC, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One and Series consoles, and Nintendo Switch in 2023.
Rise of Kong, huh? Like King Kong? That's the giant ape that fought Godzilla a few years back.
Right.
Copyright. You had to use this one, not the actual movie, because copyright.
Magic they can create with CG nowadays.
Dude, computers.
If you're unfamiliar with King Kong or his lineage, the creature is the brainchild of filmmaker Miriam C. Cooper, who longed to tell the story of a great primate menacing the New York City skyline.
So, in 1933, Cooper produced and directed just that. A motion picture called King Kong. In it, a film production crew sets off to the exotic fictional location of Skull Island in an attempt to make an incredible movie not knowing what they'll find.
Long story short, production crew finds a gigantic primate, King Kong.
There's some snatching. And searching. Some dinosaur fights.
Lots of screaming, apparently.
And bonding.
Production crew captures the ape. They pluck him off Skull Island.
And plop him in New York City.
But he escapes.
Kong goes up the Empire State Building.
Kong goes down the Empire State Building. It's a classic! The original film became a box office success. An impressive feat considering it was released right in the middle of the Great Depression. Its meld of horror, action, drama, and, for its time, cutting-edge effects made it one of the most renowned and influential movies of, well, ever.
Yep, notoriety bigger than the beast himself. Now, the Kongster may be infamously remembered for kicking the bucket in his big screen debut.
Why does the volume keep popping up? Let me see here.
The airplanes got it. Oh no, it wasn't the airplanes.
But we don't need to tell you that this poor misunderstood giant lives on today.
The already enormous King Kong property ballooned into a multimedia franchise that flung the Kong name everywhere. Plenty more movies, books, TV shows, comics, merchandise, a freaking Broadway musical. Change you forever. Oh, and more than
that one I didn't know.
And by the way, Donkey Kong doesn't count.
But we only care about one of those many games today. Polish those fangs, practice your...
I would have traded my years for his. His life was cut short. He has so much more to do, to experience. This senseless war. Why? To what end? Lives shattered for what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid the price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for his. Who are you talking about? This place. This axon. They are all part of his story. The man has gone silent.
Primal Roar, it's time to fire up the Nintendo Switch and play Skull Island, Rise of Kong.
Ah, okay, hold it, stop.
Whoa, we're just getting started. What's up?
You're seeing this.
Okay, I started playing this video because I mentioned that, as an example of what I was talking about with the publisher often being the reason why, games end up turning out not very good. You'll see in a while, actually.
Right? The start screen for the freaking game? Look at it.
Is it, like, popping?
Honestly, I don't know what you call this, but looking closely at the foliage and background assets, there is definitely a problem here. Things are flaring and resetting every few seconds.
Heck, even when you press A to play, we're hit with other asset problems. Watch the yellow highlight as I bounce between menu options here.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Kind of funky to the eye, right? Slow it down a little bit, and you clearly see frames of this animation are incorrectly placed.
Ouch. Lack of
Yes, both.
detail this glaring, we haven't even started level 1.
Well, no backing down. We got a job to do. We're going in.
We start a new game and get a healthy chunk of Kong lore.
There are stories of gods told by fanatics. Stories of kings told by the oppressed.
The narration and cave drawings do a cheap but commendable job telling us about the colossal ape species that happens to live on Skull Island.
Seems they fought for generations to survive amongst the land's other inhospitable beasts.
Thinned out and nearing annihilation, eventually only one Kong family remains on Skull Island.
The game loads up and we're ready to... wait. Okay, the game loads up and we're ready to king our best Kong.
And apparently, our best Kong is a character and world cobbled together with real muddy visuals. These textures, even by Switch standards, ain't good.
My niece is here again.
Covered in gorilla fur and more wrapped in veiny carved flesh.
Gross! We start dabbling with the camera controls and... oh, anyone else feel that earthquake?
The camera in this game doesn't really play nice with in-world objects. You don't have to explore much to see it happen. When it collides with anything in this cave, we get serious judder.
Well then, I say we ditch the cave and head on out. Whoa, you kidding me? We got levitation over here.
3 steps in, and we're witnessing a miracle, people.
We've got to take this Kong out for a spin. How's everything controlling so far?
Looks sluggish.
We got a standard run that feels oddly slower than the animation implies, but no worries, Kong can sprint around too. Check this out. If you really want to dial down the speed, this is what happens when you barely nudge the stick.
We're speedless.
Speechless.
Oh, look at that. We got a little...
Ah. There we go. Now, the reason I destroyed those masks from before, I had to destroy those masks, is because if I don't, those masks will show up in the boss fight here. And they become, it'll make the boss fight a lot more annoying.
Head bob going on too.
Let's see what else this game's got up its sleeve here. We got your garden variety basic attacks. Oh, but check this special move out. You can scoop up chunks of earth and hurl them around. Neato.
Nice. Then there's this mean-looking powered-up backhand swipe, an attack animation that's capped with the Kong stir. Sweet. The tossing a handful of invisible trail mix in his mouth. Not really sure what's going on here.
We can also perform Kong's iconic shout chest thump thingy. Cool. Seems to fill up this Kong head meter in the corner. Not sure what that's all about yet, but I bet we'll find out later. Let's hunt down some chump enemies to thrash.
We head out looking for foes to work over with our Kongly fists.
And we're hit with a cutscene.
Storms are a bad omen in times of crisis, and the Kongs knew it well.
Night storms!
Night storms.
Don't get us started on night storms. They're the worst. So ominous and bright and rainless. Really nice looking outside.
It's kind of just a regular day, isn't it? It's just kind of a regular day.
A gloomy.
Father and the son had yet to return from hunting.
Oh, we're playing as Mama Kong. She seems nice.
Suddenly, after a text box pops up to further enhance our gameplay, our first enemies emerge. The deadly Hoposaurus. They bite, sure,
Boing.
but they're pretty cute.
This Hoposaurus is a Stophosaurus. I'll just get a little closer and see if we can...
It looks like we can lock onto enemies for combat, but it's not necessary. You can just spam the attack button until these critters stop moving and pop right out of existence.
We then get to this weird wall that sports a glowing red shimmer. This can't be taken out with any kind of regular attack. Mama Kong's gotta use her head. Literally.
Not a whole lot going on at the beginning of the game in terms of fun or excitement. A lot of open spaces carry you through poorly rendered mountains. Every now and then, waves of easily smackable foes pop up. Near death, some of them glow red. This means you can hit a button and activate a killer finishing move.
Cool.
Sometimes.
Really, the most interesting thing about this place so far is the bizarre design
Ah,
choices
damn.
and
I did
real
this last
player
time.
issues. Like this mystical aquatic
There we
bliss
go.
discoloration thing that only seems to pop up when Mama Kong enters water. So distracting. What's even happening here?
Speaking of HD
There we go.
foes, it doesn't take long for us to find a waterfall nearby.
See you later, Sugar. See you later, Lorenzo.
Water fall? Sure, you've got your water splash part down here. Primo splashing, but they're missing the whole water tumble down.
Wait, no, that's not how climbing works.
We tried this more than a couple of times, and I'd be lying if I didn't say we really got a kick out of it.
Continuing the tutorial, we stop mid-jog.
I remember Slow Ride. I played it on Guitar Hero.
It apparently allows us to use cool skills in battle and can be filled up again by landing regular attacks. A tool to help us vary up offensive tactics. Got it?
Yeah.
What we don't grasp? Why this info is accompanied by a stretched postage stamp of video that has about as many frames as Skull Island has Kongs. Hey, folks, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but a lot of things in this game seem to be very buggy. Eventually, we come to a clearing. Clearing with clearing invisible walls. Come on, it's basically wide open here. Let us through!
Enemies in this area seem less interested in attacking and more interested in playing a few rounds of peekaboo.
Come to the way, come to the back. No see title. Hey there, Mac.
Ah, damn.
We also noticed something else here, thanks to the gaping invisible wall section acting as a kind of window to the valley below.
It seems every time we make Kong shout, these white squiggly fireworks blast off in the distance.
Oops.
Oh, what the heck are those things?
Let's see. Oh, okay. Hi, Ren. I was gonna change it because I thought nobody was watching, but yeah, I'm gonna put this back on.
Heck are those things supposed to represent?
No idea. Game didn't say. They're a bit too prominent to write off as some kind of visual mistake, though, right?
They've got to be used for something. Maybe they're not working as intended?
Oh, things not working as they're supposed to be working. In Skull Island Rise of Kong? Sir, staggering accusations.
Kong go left, Dinos do too. Kong go right, so does my crew. Back over here, Dinos appear.
The game tells us about another ability called Primal Rage.
Gotta pause this for a second, actually. Cutscene.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Corner and allows your attacks to hit harder for a short period of time.
Oh look, another shiny red wall. Mama Kong's got to use her head to break through, right?
Right, I mean, you can if you want, or you can take this detour over here, hop on this little hill nearby, and leisurely stroll past the gate completely.
Wow, that's an oversight.
Just about everywhere you look in this game, you'll notice a glaring lack of polish. We don't really
I already destroyed your masks.
some pretty bizarre things.
Shit. This is what I was talking about earlier, why you had to destroy the masks that I was taking care of earlier in the stream.
Just easily walked around. The game wants us to bash through the ground this time. Sure, why not?
The boss fight would be a lot more annoying if you don't destroy the masks.
Cool Kong move. Gee whiz, we can almost.
Also, you won't get access to the Nevron feat and the
Greater distances with a couple button presses.
some of the weapons you get from destroying the masks.
Grenades in some action games.
The game displays an arc of travel that you can manipulate. Release buttons, Kong leaps.
Feels a bit complicated for what is essentially a slightly farther jump, but at least it works.
And hold on to that feeling. Cherish the times things actually work in Skull Island. Because if you apply even a little pressure to the tissue paper holding this experience together, you get something like this.
Ah!
Mama Kong are blocked in a wall of vines.
Great! No matter what we press, no matter how we contort the controller's joysticks, the character model is unresponsive.
Come on.
Trapped, stupefied, camera trapped inside Mama Kong.
Nice teeth. Right. Guess we need to reload.
When we get back into the game, it isn't long before we climb and stumble our way to another cutscene.
Hold on. Let's see that again. Yeah, stop right there. Let's just play with the image a little bit. Cool. Look at the foot on the left.
Are you kidding me? It's floating?
Guess they positioned this beast to look bigger for the shot? Or menacing?
Menacing. I like it.
Well, looks like Papa and Baby Kong are in a pickle. Mama Kong watches helplessly as the beast and ape exchange blows very, very slowly.
Papa Kong down. Baby Kong, inconsolable.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that little
Oh, come
face.
on.
We all grieve differently.
Why the grieving?
His dad's dead.
What? Nah. Well, watch that hit again. See? Papa Kong, eyes wide open, roaring just before he hits the ground. And look, no blood, no visible damage to the body.
Oh dang, maybe Papa Kong isn't dead.
Could be taking a breather.
Think Mama Kong knows this?
The only thing Mama Kong's thinking about is tearing that lizard apart.
What I think is that the poor monkey broke his neck upon impact. You ever think about that? Huh?
Unfortunately for Mama Kong, we're in control now. Our first instinct? Run away. Maybe we can safely figure out the patterns of Gaw, this deadly dino boss monster.
Oop, look, it's headed this way. It's frozen?
Behind a tree.
Well, this is awkward.
You suppose we should, do something?
I mean, yeah, probably, right?
So we lob rocks at it.
We've been hurling Earth for nearly 2 minutes. It's taking forever. But at least Mama Kong will live to see another...
What? How did that happen? We were safe! Unstoppable! Dealing curve boulders like Mama Kong was scouted for the bigs!
Oh, so stupid. I think I know what happened.
What?
Let's check out a replay. Okay, here. Look at Gaw's life bar. When it's held
Oh, yeah.
exactly the halfway mark.
A cutscene plays out in which you're supposed to lose.
Look, if that's a story beat you want to hit, sure, go for it. Just don't give us control over a character that can easily win the battle. And then make it seem like our character was overwhelmed by the enemy.
Gaw was overwhelmed by the shrubbery! Any player can easily have this exact experience. Totally pulls you out of the game.
It's not that Mama Kong was too strong. It was that Gaw over here was too incompetent. His AI was too incompetent. I don't know. Maybe I'm just nitpicking here. Because you're obviously supposed to lose here. If you fought Gaw normally, you wouldn't be able to win. So yeah, the issue wasn't that Mama Kong could easily win the fight. The issue was that Gaw could easily lose the fight by just, running into a tree.
Glaringly chomped to death, and Papa Kong, after catching some Z's, Baby Kong runs.
He broke his neck.
Leaving his tuckered pops to be eaten alive by Gaw. That's the spirit.
The last survivor.
Oh yes, I'm sure that baby could definitely defeat Gaw. That just murdered his mother.
Poor Baby Kong is inconsolable, and we don't blame him. I'd be inconsolable if I was trapped in this game as well.
He reflects on how his parents did everything they could to keep him safe.
Interesting you bring up reflecting. I think we're supposed to see some kind of mirrored image in this puddle of water. It lingers pretty long before Baby Kong splashes at it.
Damn.
Baby Kong's all on his own now, trying his best to hunt down prey. Poor little guy. He's gotta bide his time until he becomes a bigger, stronger Kong.
Oh, the name of the game, Rise of Kong. I get it now. We're gonna play as a developing Kong, an adventure following an orphaned little ape maturing into the dominant force on Skull Island.
We see Gaw's roar shake through the forest, awakening a much bigger, much stronger looking Kong.
What? Did we just skip through the freaking Rise part of the game titled Skull Island Rise of Kong?
Maybe. Or maybe this is the important part, when he actually gets to test his merit and avenge his family?
No, that's a ripoff. Going from a baby to an adult in an instant means we missed out on a ton of Kong fundamentals. How we learn to survive, how we learn to fight, all of it avoided. We were robbed of a stealth action baby Kong fruit picking game. I won't hear otherwise.
Sorry, but this is the Kong we
Gollum. And we all know how we feel about Gollum.
The big guy, this guy, the gorilla we all came here to enjoy.
No offense, Mama Kong. Time to see Kong rise from the ashes of tragedy like a glorious primate phoenix. Oh, gross. How do your surroundings look worse than in the tutorial?
I mean, okay.
This place.
I don't know who Shane or Adam is. I honestly can't tell their voices apart. I mean, I can, but like, I don't know whose voice belongs to which name. But anyway, the point is, like, whoever said, "Oh, there should have been, it should have been a stealth action fruit picking game," whatever. But oh, that sounds like Gollum, and you know we all know how we feel about Gollum. But besides that, I mean, I guess you can include the part that the game skipped over to, like maybe the fruit picking part could be the first act, and then this could be the second act. I don't know.
Life is so angry on Skull Island. Imagine having to spend every waking moment here.
Maybe we should get moving. At least now we're actually playing as the title character. Let's see how Kong proper plays.
So, how is it?
There we go.
Mom, there's no difference.
Funny, you'd think he'd be a different kind of Kong after growing up alone in the wilds of Skull Island. But hey, what do I know?
Gotta say, as we're experiencing this new space, one thing is really sticking out to me. Look at this. The scale. It's way off.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Look at Kong in the 1933 film. Look at him in 2021's Godzilla vs. Kong.
Too bad they couldn't actually use that movie.
Look at him in the game's own freaking cover art. He's always huge.
He towers over greenery, makes waterfalls look like sink streams. Even a large dino we fought in-game multiple times seems like a helpless puppy in his hand.
Back in game, it's this. We have a Kong at home Kong. Look at
Yeah.
him, a little over half the height of a palm tree. Sure, he's bigger than a regular gorilla, but not the towering figure I expected him to be.
Well, love it or loathe it, slightly big Kong is who we've got to roam around with. Oh, speaking of roaming, I know we're on Skull Island, but where exactly on Skull Island are we? We got a map? Any kind of indication as to where we should be headed?
Right, let's have a look-see. Okay, looks like we're in a zone called the Waterfalls Valley.
Sounds pleasant. What exactly are we looking at here, buddy?
Well, clearly the area labeled main entrance is where the level loaded. And then,
where are we?
The Waterfalls Valley?
No, on the map. It says right there at the bottom, check your current position on Skull Island. What is our actual position?
I am not seeing an icon for Kong anywhere.
How are we supposed to check our position if we don't have a vague idea of where we are?
Guess we'll just have to use our surroundings.
Our surroundings? Don't get me wrong, there are locations we can pinpoint because the terrain shape or water placement are vaguely synced with
Damn.
the map, but most of the world is unreadable. A mishmash of samey textures that don't distinguish one area from the next.
Well, who needs a map anyway?
Us!
No, hear me out. Let's just go, man. Have faith in our instincts. Embrace our natural sense of direction. Maybe we'll stumble on the hidden beauty blossoming in Skull Island's natural habitat.
You know, maybe you're onto something. Oh, look at this wispy glow off the beaten path. What do you suppose it could be? Some kind of marvelous secret?
Well, don't just stand there. Grab it.
Baby Skull. What? Hi!
Looks like we found a collectible. Upon inspection in the menu, it gives us some history on Skull Island's inhabitants. Apparently, babies died here. That's what we learned. Dead babies.
Skulls on Skull Island? Sure. Yeah, that's one thing. It's in the name. We get it. But specifically, baby skulls?
Calling it Baby Skull Island would probably harm the burgeoning tourism industry.
Back into one of the more open spaces, we find...
I would have called it maybe like a human skull or something. I don't know.
Aerial fireworks we saw when we played as Mama Kong earlier.
It says that those things are supposed to identify places of interest.
Really
Ow.
janky sky streaks are supposed to be
There we go.
through the world. Looks like they're barely working half the time.
Hey, seems like we're pretty close to a place of interest right now. We mosey over and trigger this. A kind of challenge mission the game calls an ascension event. We need to fight and clear the zone.
We're locked into this location by a red barrier. We cannot leave until we accomplish a task. Our mission, take out a bunch of angry crabs. Not too hard to deal with these critters. Stay on the attack button while avoiding swipes from the bigger crabling. Straightforward. Though, gotta admit, it ended a little, surprisingly.
Right. Anyway, looks like we got a skill point. Let's head into our skill tree and make use of that puppy.
Oh, we got multiple ability branches here in the skills section of the menu, but it looks like we don't have enough skill points to make use of anything yet.
In fact, it looks like we're very far away from earning
Ah,
enough
damn.
points to buy anything. The meeker points we've earned from this Ascension event, anything to go by. Great.
There are a few wild crabs around here, but defeating enemies that are not part of an Ascension event does not appear to give us any extra skill points.
Yeah, sorry, this may seem like a small annoyance, but this is actually a big no-no. Games should give you enough skill points to at least do something the very first time they're acquired. It's how you teach players to use your dang skill tree. Don't introduce a currency we can't instantly learn how to use.
Maybe we can find more challenge missions and remember to beef up our abilities later. We push forward and climb up and around the Krabby Battle Arena until we find another one of those shimmering walls the tutorial taught us to head bash.
On.
To learn the hold heavy attack to destroy this debris.
Silly game. We know. You taught us with the multiple examples in the Mama Kong tutorial, remember?
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and...
Doesn't seem to be working.
What do you mean?
I can't do the heavy attack they taught us in the last level.
What? No, that can't be right. Why would they do that? Why would they show you moves in the game's tutorial if you weren't supposed to make use of those moves immediately?
No idea, but yeah, it looks like we can't do many of the things we learned. The giant arcing leap, the ground slam, the head bash, they're all stripped away.
Wait, let's bring up the skill tree we were looking at before. Oh, there. See this?
Leap, the ground
God damn. I'm usually good at the jumps.
all locked away and unusable?
You need to unlock specific abilities later in the game to properly explore every part of these levels.
Why is this an issue? Look, concept alone isn't a problem. Other titles have been doing this for years. Popular games like Metroid, Dead Cells, Hollow Knight, and some Castlevanias gate exploration with acquired abilities.
But in those games, especially in modern releases, you get a drip feed of new moves over the course of a campaign. The player gets to comfortably build, understand, and utilize new movesets slowly over time. It adds a satisfying feeling of progression.
Not in Skull Island. Here, you are handed an information bomb of abilities with Mama Kong, only to have those skills locked away without notice.
It's incredibly jarring to the players. Well, great. So the shimmering wall's basically a dead end. Let's get out of here.
Hold up. Is that another collectible off in the distance there?
Yeah, I think you're right. We should head over and snag it. Maybe this time it'll be a toddler ribcage.
A bowl of food. Let's check it out in the collect.
Okay, look, about the like, why would they give you abilities and then take it away later? I've seen this before. I'm pretty sure it's called like a taste of power, the taste of power trope or something. Like the game opens with you controlling the super OP character that like wipes the floor with enemies, and then they give you control of a character who is just starting. Give me a second. Okay, like I was saying, and then they give you control of a character that is just starting out, which you can grow with later. Like that was my immediate thought when they were like, "Oh, why would they give you all this? Why would they give you all these abilities and then just take them away?" I've seen it before. Like, is it a problem in those games too, or is the way Kong doing it like not the right? I don't know. Maybe it's the latter, because like usually in those games where I talk about like they give you an OP character and then a weak character you have to build up over time. They do what they were talking about with Dead Cells, Hollow Knight, Metroid. You have to unlock the abilities. You have to unlock the abilities that over time. I don't know, whatever they just said. My brain farted. I don't remember. But they basically, but they do basically like they don't give you the abilities, take them away, and then give you like a place that's unlocked behind something you can't reasonably achieve at that near that moment in time. I guess you could say. I don't know if I'm making any sort of sense. Let's just play.
It's a plate with nothing on it. Why did we think they could figure out tableware and they can't even figure out a map location indicator? Where do we go next? We're having serious troubles figuring that.
Call it an empty plate.
Without identifiable player or objective icons is pretty useless.
In a sky-based place of interest system in a world with mountains that block said system from your line of sight? Pretty dumb.
We keep marching in circles, doing our best to read the land. We desperately run to all logical locations, climbing around, searching everywhere, till the game decides it doesn't like us anymore.
Tongue locks up. Sort of.
We can jump, we can punch, we can evade. Kong won't naturally move forward.
Sure, his regular walking animation plays, but look.
This one is my favorite one to dodge because it's so easy. It's easy to read, I should say.
Invisible treadmill.
We eventually realize we can use our
There we go.
to kind of get around and, well.
Woo! Ah, damn.
Fortunately, after several minutes, a quick random snap on some vines, and mysteriously, we regain control of Kong.
Yay, we can keep playing Skull Island Rise to the Throne. After recombing the entire zone, we finally
Hey, you guys need to make a video.
and make our way to an area we've never seen. Hooray!
Oh, dang it, what?
Objects, like dead logs.
Oh, I got I think you're mocking me because I missed the last hit.
Guess I did that wrong.
Cool. What else do we get to experience in this new area?
Let's see. We got reanimated levitating crustaceans.
Textures stretched to oblivion.
A place where you can change day to night, back and forth, with a couple footsteps.
An ascension event where enemies spawn out of dead enemies over and over again.
And some of the worst pop-in we've ever seen in a video game ever.
And if all that wasn't enough to monstrously test our patience, we come to this, a shimmering floor. You remember these, right?
Yeah, cuz making fun of small mistakes is funny. Yeah, whatever.
Special move, a move we learned in Mama Kong's tutorial.
Okay, this one I hate. I can never time it right.
Playing as Kong. Guess we'll need to
Fuck.
skill points to unlock that a bit.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I got that one.
What? We can clip through the floor?
He's in the back rooms now.
Yeah, yes, we can clip through. This looks very not good.
Clearly, we're not supposed to be here. Leave the anomaly behind and decide to find adventure elsewhere. We press on, deal with more ascension events, and finally collect enough skill points to make use of Kong's skill tree. Quick, buy that wall break ability they took away from us.
Yeah, I would, but unfortunately, it looks like we're only able to make minor adjustments to Kong's basic moveset right now. We still don't have access to the stuff we want or need. Floor smash, wall break, still locked away.
Come on, these would be real helpful right now. Look, we keep finding red shimmering places that require Kong smashes. Warm with wax just won't do. Wouldn't be so bad if we could see our character on the map and drop pins for backtracking, but no, we don't get those things.
Looks like you don't even need those things.
We just move on to the game's first boss. Earth Gija, a giant worm that tunnels through a sandy bowl-shaped arena. It's a plate. We quickly identify that this noodly fellow...
No, it isn't. It's a bowl this time. What you talking about?
We probably need to get some distance.
No problem. Kong has his ultra-handy Earth-Fling projectile attack. We lock onto Mr. Worm, get ready to fling, and immediately notice something incredibly stupid.
Kong's projectile attack doesn't hit things he's locked onto. The mounds of dirt he lobs shoot off to the right of the thing you actually want.
Whoop, there we go.
Logical.
So, nix that plan. Little trial and
Reminds me of how in
burrowing foe creates giant boulders
how in TF2, Demo Man's guns actually shoot slightly to the right of his reticle because he has missing an eye.
The worm fellow's self-inflicted catnaps. Before long, he is one limp noodle.
First boss down. But no time to celebrate. Jaw streams up place of interest confetti somewhere nearby. Dong needs to hunt down that killer dino.
Oh, we got a whole 4 skill points. Nice. It looks like we unlocked the primal rage skill.
I'm thinking of playing this game in Japanese.
Mama Kong's old moves back by defeating bosses. Good to know, but we still don't have those smashing moves we need to bash through those impassable walls.
Sometimes impassable walls.
Let's see.
Right. Sometimes. You know, wrapping this first chunk of Skull Island, I feel dumbstruck by this experience. I mean, things we're seeing here, man.
Yeah, real sloppy. It feels like a game patchworked together.
Yeah, there we go.
Parts. The broken mechanics and blemishes we've been exposed to are beyond what we normally see on this show. How did this come to be?
Oh, here we go.
Right. Well, looking into Iguanabee and Skull Island Rise of Kong's creation, a pre-release interview with Gaming Bolt explains that the developer approached the game with the intention of sticking to the source materials. Not only Marion C. Cooper's original vision for King Kong, but also newer Kong adaptations. Iguanabee teamed up with King Kong of Skull Island author and creative Joe DeVito to make that happen.
Through sketches and documents available on the Skull Island Rise of Kong website, we can see that this collaboration wasn't taken lightly. They really want to make this a high-end Kongly experience.
So, again,
damn.
What happened?
There isn't a lot of post-release information about this game's creation. Tech website The Verge did post an article that kind of points to answers.
According to The Verge's anonymous Iguanabee sources, an outside entity could be responsible for what we're playing. That entity, a publisher. Game Mill Entertainment.
Yep, there we go.
Apparently Iguanabee was contracted by Game Mill to produce Skull Island Rise of Kong in about a year. That's a tight schedule.
Adding to that, The Verge's sources explain that the group working on Skull Island could have been between 2 and 20 people at any time. For a game like this, an action platformer with huge levels revolving around a famous property, that is a very, very small team.
Tight schedule, small group of creatives, those constraints alone are fair explanations for the game's poor quality. And according to that same article, Game Mill has a history publishing titles of other developers in the exact same way.
So, we figured we'd have a look at some. While Game Mill has helped launch many titles, some of their better-known or higher-quality releases seem to be games that were ported over from arcades.
Big Buck Hunter, Cruising Blast, games that likely required less support to other platforms. Heck, we played a bit of Cruising Blast on Switch. It's not bad.
But when you get to games based on games property,
Yeah!
this one we're playing, that's where the
Got an achievement. Expeditioner reached level 33, of course.
Nerf Legends,
a
first-person shooter leveraging the
Gotta pause again.
brand. Now, we've played bad-feeling shooters before, so trust us when we say this isn't just a bad-feeling shooter. This is the only first-person shooter we've played that makes your aim jarring
There we go.
snap to the ground.
I didn't know what she meant by that, but apparently what she's saying is that she doesn't wear a mask because she's already her true self. So her mask is really just her face because she's not hiding anything. Hmm. First axon, defeat the first axon. Okay. Back at camp.
Me? You want me to give it to you? Why? That was... I saw... What happened? I saw... It was... Renoir?
I used to see him in my nightmares too. It can be quite traumatizing.
All right. While the cutscene was playing, I was looking through Reddit again, looking through the post that that helped me with the stream. Yeah, this person is just reading off something for the log that doesn't really mean anything. Like the bandwidth ended up not being the issue. Let's see here. It was some of the settings on my computer, not OBS, on my computer. All right. Let me turn some music on. I'm not gonna play the video yet because there is some dialogue here. Let me set up the points here. Learn skills. Let's see. I'm gonna do check up on the others first.
Do you mind if I play here?
Damn it, I should have raised the volume for this. Actually, there is something I can do. Let me head on over here. I hope that helps. SKA in the background. He's lighting his feet for a big guy.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
Can you play another?
Sure. We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. SK, you ready?
There's so many people on Steam that really want this game. If I could afford it, I would buy it for them. Alright. Okay. Let's talk to CL.
One down, one to go.
The next one will be harder.
First our person CL, who seems open to talking.
Here to make amends for your terrible story.
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
I could tell. I'm not really sure you're up to the challenge.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well,
no, he didn't.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, there you have it. Dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence then that Renoir has a similar scar.
You noticed that?
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross.
Give me a second. I want to make sure my mic is still up. Okay, let me look on OBS. Okay, it looks like it's still picking it up. I hope you guys can still hear me.
I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you. Interesting.
Well, I never thought of it that way. But you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
That's a story for another time. The scars look good on you, though.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
I know.
Ciel appreciates that Verso opened up to her. She feels closer to Verso now. Ciel and Verso switch to sillier topics for a few minutes before heading back to the others.
You were right.
About?
The odds of killing Axons. Close, but not zero.
Not zero.
Do you want to spend time with Luna? Yes. Luna stands by the fire, deep in thought. Verso tries to get her attention.
Do you like dogs?
What?
Do you like dogs?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
I don't know, that seems pretty standard to me.
I just have this feeling you're a dog person.
Well, you're right. I had a dog named Pat.
Interesting name. You name your dog Paw? That's like if my parents named me Foot. That's an interesting name.
Interesting name.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist. And fiery. She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Were you close?
Close.
When we were younger, I guess. But my brother and sister had their own lives. Didn't care about my parents' research.
Doesn't seem fair.
No. I'm glad they got to live. Sol was a great older brother.
Okay, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but there's a theme going on here. Her name Lune means moon in French. Her sister's name Stella means star, and her brother's name Sol means sun. So it's the sun, moon, and stars.
That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
Oh yeah, another thing. I'm pretty sure CL means sky.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
It is. Is it? Alright, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got...
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Oh, come on.
Verso and Luna enjoy a moment together. Luna in such a good mood for that she begins to ask Verso other important questions, which Verso takes note of. They've a bit more fun together, but we're heading back to camp.
You have nightmares too. About Renoir.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
Verso approaches Mael, who is alone by the lake.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gamage.
Yeah, your rival must have caused quite a bit of concern. That must have sucked for both you and them.
That must have sucked. For both you and them.
Yeah, it did. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
Well, like Emperor 06, I'm back. Hello, welcome back.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
Took me a while to realize I suck at Mega Man. Oh.
See? Everyone's weird.
What's something you liked about Lumiere?
What's something you liked about Lumiere?
Wandering around the buildings, nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before, well, all this.
It's rare to see a traditional turn-based RPG come from a Western developer that isn't strategic-based like most Dragon Age games. Yeah, that is true. I think that's probably why so many people flock to this game. Because it uses it has these sort of graphics and it has turn-based combat, but it also throws in some action mechanics like the dodging and the parrying. Basically, it has a little bit of, I feel like everything people would want from an RPG, maybe.
That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
He also starts to open up to Verso. She feels more comfortable with him. As does Verso with Mael. Mael and Verso spend some time reminiscing about the past, then heads back to the others.
Seems you were right about these expeditioners. A most impressive group.
They've grown on you, haven't they?
Maybe.
They have.
I really do want to play this game in Japanese. I want that JRPG feel. And yeah, I know this game is French, but like I don't care. Verso approaches Monoko, who is carefully cleaning his Nevron legs.
Polishing your collection of Nev legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Beautiful is a word that you could use.
Beautiful is a word that one could use.
Your lack of enthusiasm is disappointing.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Somehow seeing how the characters move around the world reminds me of Xenoblade for some reason. I've only played Xenoblade once, and even then I don't even think I made it past like the first area. Like I didn't even come close to finishing it. It just wasn't, I don't know, maybe I quit too soon, but it just wasn't hooking me.
Mentally, imagine you're in Nevron and you see me charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. Battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. Or for the smell and the intimidation.
I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
This is an anime monologue. That's part of another reason why I want to hear this in Japanese. Funny, doesn't seem like it worked against you, Stalax, does it?
Doesn't seem to work for you against Stalax, does it?
Stalacts are too stupid to realize they should be intimidated and confused.
Right. Definitely not because you're afraid of them.
Ha! Me? I fear no Nevron. Least of all a stalact.
Perfect. In that case, want to go intimidate some stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes, well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. Later, I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
Lost his nerve.
I've missed you. All right then. Move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
As they polish the Nevron legs, Minoko exuberantly bellows a war chant, and bullies Verso into singing along. They sing together with great gusto. Luna comes over to shush them, but ends up joining the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally finish and head back to the others. Well, no, Stalact intimidation.
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
Those masks.
What about them? Are you jealous? Why?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's hard to control.
Yes, we all vomit up. We all laugh so hard we vomit up our rocks.
Enjoying the stars.
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Well, it's because they, my logic for why they're the apples of the sky is that, like, they're up in a high place and then occasionally they fall down to earth. That's, I don't know, that's my logic. I'm trying to understand SKA's, mindset. I actually wised more JRPG characters had European accents like in Xenoblade, Dragon Quest, etc. It just really adds to the fantasy aspect. Yeah, I've always wondered why that is. Like, why in a lot of medieval games, why do they use European accents? Like, what is it about the European accent that makes it feel like medieval?
Oh, that constellation looks like Francois.
It's not grumpy enough.
Yeah, it's not grumpy enough. It needs to look a bit more cranky.
He's not grumpy. He's just sad. He misses Claire. Enfant used to be all wee, but now he's all.
Whoa.
Yeah, centuries go by without your best friends. That's gonna make you go.
Yeah, but at least you shared some. Oui? How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am. But I'm also wee. So the wee balances the.
Right, say you're big wee woo wee woo. Wee woo wee woo.
Same. You're a bit wee woo then.
You really get me, Perso.
I'm a bit wee woo myself. Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days. Hey, that one looks a little like Minoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
Verso and SKA feel their bond deepen after this meaningful interaction. Heck, Middle Earth is a... Wait, let me see. Most medieval history takes place in Europe. Heck, Middle Earth is a thing because Tolkien wanted to make a mythology for England. Oh, okay. Then okay, and then you started talking about SK. He seems so innocent. Yeah, he is. They spend more time looking at the stars, saying they look like things they absolutely do not look like. SK's nonsense inspires Verso. Radiant attack unlocked. Striker. Alright. Then head back to the others. Okay, let's look at the curator, see if I can use my points for something. Now, I know I said before that I don't really see the point of upgrading, but like this right here is supposed to be the best weapon for my L, so I'm just gonna upgrade it. Weapon upgrade a weapon once, okay? There we go, that's better. Oh yeah, then I also wanted to, expedition resources. Yeah, this is what I really wanted to do. Let's see, is there anything else? Mayel finds a spot where she can write. She spends some time writing in Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She writes about how fearsome and incredible the Axarns are, bigger than mountains. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Mayel heads back. Okay, let's go to sleep. Alright, seems like a good time to put the video back on. Give me a second. Alright, oh.
When you reload. Look, pretty disorienting. Really throws you off when you want to get back into the action.
Game Mill also published the Nickelodeon Kart Racers series. Here's the second entry on PC. And this PC game has no video settings, no way to modify the resolution or visuals. The driving feels slow, the vehicles move rigidly, and the AI players are more nuisance than challenge. Worst of all, every character is silent.
This video's louder than I thought.
A Mario Kart ripoff with classic Nick characters quietly puttering around poor tracks.
They even published Goosebumps the Game, a point-and-click adventure title based on the 2015 Goosebumps film. We grew up reading the books, and this does not capture the feel of that spooky kid series. It features plenty of obtuse puzzles and punishes the player for exploration. The story asks you to accept bizarre leaps in logic. At the end of the day, it's just not fun to play.
And then there's the Game Mill published Street Outlaws series. We played the second entry, Winner Takes All.
We could review this game, but I think we could save time simply by revealing the name of the developer.
What? Really? Who's behind the Street Outlaws games?
Team 6 Game Studios.
Team 6 Game Studios? The developers of Flat Out 3 Chaos and Destruction? The title we dubbed the worst racing game on Steam?
Yes, sir. Game Mill Entertainment must have enjoyed Team 6's work on that gem. Oh, and since we're still on the topic of racing games, did you know
Gotta head over there now?
Entertainment previously went by the name Game Mill Publishing?
No, I didn't. What does that have to do with racing games?
Well, Game Mill Publishing's logo appears on another infamous racing title we're both very, very familiar with. Big
No.
Rigs
No.
Over the Road Racing. And its sequel.
I still can't believe that Game of Old Things got a sequel.
Game Mill Entertainment cares quantity of games it's releasing and less about the quality.
No joke. And if we really want to drive home how a quantity over quality publisher like Game Mill Entertainment can affect the output of smaller teams like Iguana Bee.
Random question, but has there ever been a cover to a song so good you listen to it more than the original? For me, it's Sapphire's cover of Shiki no Uta. It's a really good song, in my opinion.
Witty dialogue and intriguing characters that keep the player.
Okay, to be perfectly honest with you, most of the things I listen to are covers. Like, let me think for a second. Like, there's a lot of songs that I would listen to the Glee cover of over the original. I'm not saying the originals are bad. I'm just saying that I don't know. I think I just enjoy the way that Glee like sings these songs. Like they put their own spin on it. It's kind of like The Voice in that regard, I feel like. And then let's see. And then there's also Caleb Hyles. I listen to his covers, and there's also what's his name? Oh yeah, Jonathan Young. I can't believe I forgot his name. I would mention Nate Wants to Battle, but I don't know. I feel like he's making more of his own original content than covers nowadays.
Engaged in the game's reality hopping narrative. It features well-constructed levels that make use of the game's cool universe traversal mechanics. It puts a twist on traditional 2D platforming with puzzle spaces that are a joy to solve. And this is G.I. Joe Operation Blackout, a third-person shooter with run-and-gun combat that lacks impact. The levels are bland. It has virtually no modern shooter flair like wall-hugging and cover fire. It features vehicle segments without interesting set pieces and little in the way of driving freedom. The most appealing elements are the character designs and branding, which could spur spontaneous sales from fans of the series. Now, which of these titles do you think is published by Game Mill Entertainment?
Is it G.I. Joe?
Of course it's G.I. Joe!
Look, here's what we're trying to get at. There are plenty of talented developers making all kinds of games. These creatives don't...
I've been sitting here by a meme of my own memeing. Alright. Ew. Pretty interesting to hear.
What's going on? I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus.
But the memes will not let me meme by my own meme.
She who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head. Let's move fast before we all lose our minds.
I like that word a lot. I find it funny how most of the channels that influenced my perspective on gaming were countdown channels. It's been a while, long while since I watched a countdown video.
always have a say in what gets made, how it gets made, or how long they get to work on what they're making.
Right. Create a cocktail of a capable team. Toss in some extreme constraints like time and money. Mix that sucker up, and you end up with something like, say, I don't know, Skull Island: Rise of...
Dude, I love Watch Mojo, best channel. Josh Scorcher, the Artark of Flame, Green Scorpion, Rabbit Luigi, the Quarter Guy, etc. Oh, okay. Well, nowadays, I just watch video essays like this one. I mean, I guess you could technically count this as a review, but I don't know. I consider it a video essay.
I think you're seeing the game's awful draw distance.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
The map in Jungle Wetland is still not displaying where we are.
I just watched videos of monkeys being cool.
We can assume we're here right now, the main entrance.
Exploring Jungle Wetland, we get a pretty familiar experience. We fight enemies, we stumble into wispy golden collectibles, and we trigger more Ascension events.
Here, we're supposed to take out all enemy nests in the area. Not too tough.
Despite the lack of challenge, this Ascension event did teach us a couple things. For example, enemies don't attack Kong while he hangs on vines.
The other neat thing we learned, some critter attacks have the ability to fling a multi-ton primate across long distances in an instant.
Despite these findings, there aren't a lot of meaningful changes in jungle wetland that affect gameplay. Pretty disappointing.
There are purpley pools of bubbly goo that we've never seen before. We figured
I mostly just enjoy them because it just feels like every channel gives something unique in its own way. That is true.
What jungle wetland switches up boils down to its
And of course you got the you got the people who only do like videos of certain videos just because other people are doing them, like all the AVGN clothes out there. And the Nostalgia Critic clones. Pretty sure there's a few Mr. Enter clones out there too.
But do the game a favor, don't look around too much. Might notice things like this. A swamp tree asset that appears to be improperly placed.
Oh fuck, I forgot. These are flying enemies, you gotta shoot them. Irate Gamer was amazing.
Much hassle, we were able to march through most of the place and head right into the game's second boss encounter.
This crabby fellow is King Dengue. He wastes no time picking up chunks of earth and knocking them at us. Hey, that's our move!
Carefully working our way
Face it,
forward,
breakfast is ruined.
see if we can crack this fella's shell.
I never watched Irate Gamer, but I did watch Magic Mush's video on him. It's kind of funny he made a video on him because in his video about AVGN ripoffs, he didn't bother like covering him because he said Irate Gamer didn't give him much to work with. But I guess he did find something to work with for the Irate Gamer video.
Of Dangaz's health. He's done for. Kong springs into action.
King Dangas is no
I found Irate Gamer first, so I was very confused when I found AVGN. That's funny.
because he immediately takes a nap and dreams of family.
It's a quick cutscene depicting Kong's father saving the family from a dinosaur.
I was cursed.
Kong remembers it like it was yesterday. Papa Kong's bravery, Mama Kong's warm embrace, the textures hesitating to load. Kong awakens. With King Dinga's match, Kong gets another handful of skill points and unlocks another of the special abilities we learned as Mama Kong. The head bash.
Reminds me of Jocko or Ishvaffel, I don't know, the guy who also goes by Angry Video Game Nerd, when really he's just whispering in the mic the whole time.
Map and work our way back to the other map and
Any idea where we are? No.
When the video said Mama Kong, I heard Oda Khan. Yes, open door.
A lush new jungle area
without moving his legs. Pretty impressive.
What's that he sees from the
Does Jocko even count as an AVGN ripoff? I don't feel like he is. He only did was rip the name. Unless you believe, wholeheartedly believe that he came up with the name first. I don't know. Oda Khan being the MGS character. Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Picture of cooked linguine would be more helpful.
Dozens of pretty trails to take in here. Lots of cool rock formations, healthy plant life.
There we go.
Frequently, there's space to explore and explore and explore and explore and explore.
Open Door is a great React tuber.
The Dark Jungle features more Ascension events. Deadly Challenge is meant to push Kong's battle prowess to the limit.
I beat this one by tapping a single button in about 9 seconds.
The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Michelle would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that'll work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
Yeah, apparently Expedition 55, their gimmick was that they used music as their attacks. I don't know. That's what I hear, supposedly. Well, MGS is all about snakes having brothers in my Japanese animes. Okay. But yeah, back to what I was saying, it's how I ended up finding about more obscure games like No More Heroes and Mad World. No More Heroes is obscure? I thought it was popular. Mad World, sure, but No More Heroes? Okay. Although I'm pretty sure I did hear about those games from countdowns.
To the limit! The Dark Jungle introduces some new enemies, like this big dinosaur fella here.
You've also got the smaller velociraptor types that attack with a barrage of claw swipes.
That is, when they feel like moving. We found these two locked up doing absolutely nothing. What's going on here? Stage fright?
Oh, hey, it's okay.
Hey.
Come here to you.
Do shut up.
Anxiety too.
Deeper into the zone, we find a collectible. What's that over there? That barely noticeable.
Well, not a lot of people know about No More Heroes, so I'd say it's more of a cult classic series than anything.
What the heck?
News to me.
We're back in the first section of the game.
What? The game randomly teleports you to other parts of the world? Map now!
Oh, great. Right. We don't even know where we are in the first section of the game because the map doesn't show us. Who thought any of this was a good idea?
So the choices are keep moving forward here, risk getting lost and having to rework our way through hours of game, or we try turning back to the Dark Jungle right now?
It's not even a choice. In this game, there is no way we're trekking through every area again. Not when we're essentially finding our way through the world blind.
Back in the Dark Jungle, we keep searching for areas.
I wonder if you had just turned around from at the very beginning, would you have just ended up in the Dark Forest or whatever, Dark Jungle?
Oh God, no! Tom?
There he is.
Climb back into the game?
Oh no.
Oh.
Up in the void.
On the bright side, we've got a killer view of the game's skybox.
It wasn't popular due to being an M-rated game on the Wii, which was marketed as a family-friendly game console. That's also new to me. Actually, there wasn't there like a censored version that like replaced the blood with black ooze and then the enemies just disappear instead of dropping dead?
Words can't properly describe how much I want this to end.
We hightail it.
I must not grind Khezu in Monster Hunter 2, alright. On a side note, the dub for Yakuza 0 Director's Cut looks good so far. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought about the censored version.
We gotta push on.
Hold it together, Switch. Hold. Bam. Cutscene.
Kong is being hunted by something sneaky, something in the bushes.
The game reveals not one, but 3 bosses.
With the power to clip through solid matter.
I think that's just a clipping error.
Oh. Anyway, we're up against the Death Runners Council, 3 of Gau's powerful servants.
At least we think they're supposed to be powerful. They're intimidating in the cutscene, sure, but in battle,
Nah, damn, too
the
late.
council doesn't seem interested in attacking much.
We deal with a lot of smaller dinos as the council rotates in and out of battle. Look at them there, waiting to attack. Polite.
We whittle down the council, taking care of extra little critters thrown into the fray. It may be the least challenging boss fight we've had besides, well,
We block the last Death Runner and have another cutscene. Kong is victorious, not prey, but the mightiest predator.
An ape
Woohoo!
supposing that he causes
I guess the
issues.
yeah, counterattacks. That's the I guess that's the
Painful memories of God.
that's the gimmick here. Gotta counter him again.
Memories? Huh. Looks more like a photo to me. Photo floating in midair?
I guess Kong bought a print of the day his parents were brutally murdered.
Never mind. Kong Smash.
The Death Runner Council is finished.
I'm surprised they even have internet on Skull Island.
Another new old ability.
We can now
tutorial. Great. I say we leap the heck out of here.
The next zone loads briefly with Kong stuck in level architecture.
Ah, damn it.
Good. This is the Great Caverns, a network of caves with charming names like Dead Abyss, the Dire Pass, Caverns of Decay, and the Unwelcoming Chasm.
Skull Island's cartographer was a real glass half empty kind of guy. Huh?
These caves are primarily
Damn it.
infested with one kind of enemy. Ugh, spiders.
Yeah, they're creepy.
Spiders!
Some even have opposable thumbs, but no worries. The arachnids in the Great Caverns.
Spiders, 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 get him off me, get him off me!
In this game.
Not seeing many interesting things in this dark space. You deal with groups of the same 8-legged foes and work through near identical tunnels and chasms repeatedly.
Every once in a while, you may feel the need to veer off course in search of things like hidden items. Word of caution, be careful. This looks like a path ripe for secret goodies.
Then, at this exact moment,
our character locks up. We're somehow wedged in a portion of the world that is barely touching Kong's model. We can't move or interact in any way. Time to reload a save.
speaking of things breaking, a lot of broken interactions here, like enemies stuck in walls.
And enemies stuck in air?
And this spider that seems to be all about vigorously shaking its booty.
We even find an locked up Asaurus that seems lost in thought.
Oh no, the game.
Shut up.
We get through this.
Sure, we get through lots of things in Skull Island Rise of Kong. Literally.
Too bad I can't push him off the cliff.
Game almost over.
Or the edge, I guess.
The level culminates in a boss fight with, well, you probably guessed it, a giant spider. This is Queen Oyak, a creature that flings webbing and spawns groups of enemies to dogpile on Kong.
The tactic to take her down isn't immediately apparent. We spend a lot of time looking for her and beating down the swarm she spawns, seeing no way to hurt her.
You see, Queen Oyak is inaccessible to do direct battle with. She sticks to slinking around her web way above Kong.
There we go.
She mostly stops to spawn enemies or to launch her annoyingly sticky web balls.
Turns out you need to use Kong's rock toss attack to knock her down for a few precious seconds of vulnerability. Not an easy feat. You need to avoid projectiles, kill groups of spawns, and do your best to utilize Kong's terrible throwing mechanic.
It is a very long time before we see a decent amount of success clipping down Oyak's health bar. But eventually, we're close to wrapping this trial of an encounter. We finally knock her down for the umpteenth time, going for the last powerful Kong cracks, and...
What? The game crashed?
Oh, no, not now, not when we're basically finished. That can't possibly mean... We have to do the Oyak boss fight all over again?
Just as annoying the second time.
Oh, so now you want to play the game. Huh?
Still takes far too long, but we can do it.
Oh, I forgot to change your weapon again.
That's it. Just a couple more monkey punches. Here we go. Game is fucking us.
No kidding. What's going on here? We're stuck in a cycle of Kong and spider kill and crash.
No.
There we go.
Believe it. We can't let ourselves be beat by a piece of software. One more time.
Fine. All right. Here it is. Let's go. We fought through waves of baddies and spider spit. Oyak is tenderized. She's circling the pain drain. And...
Oyak, the queen of crashes, is no more.
With that, we've gained another special ability that was locked away long ago.
Kong's ground pound and slam, our last unlockable move. The offensive tool we need to get through shimmering red floors. When we don't just flip right through them.
Right, and if we have all the Kongster's cool moves at our disposal, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume the next section of this game is probably the last. Though, I really think Kong's skill set should extend beyond what his mama had. I mean, it didn't exactly help her tackle God in the first place.
Kong enters the new locale.
Yeah.
Monstrous screams and something in the distance. The ferocious God is somewhere close by.
Welcome to Skull Island Mountain Wasteland. Location plastered with rocky, desolate terrain.
In its mountains, cliffs, and compact deserts, we fight the assortment of enemies that have been introduced throughout the game's campaign.
And is it just me? Does this place feel a lot more empty than the other zones we've been through?
You're not wrong. The general openness of these rocky spaces and the dialed-back greenery really make this place feel hollow.
Speaking of hollow, you can find caves in the area. This one features an entrance with a rare variant of the invisible wall problem we spoke about earlier. We call this the invisible pole.
You can get around it on either side, sure, but run dead center into the cave's entrance and...
Ah, too late.
Not getting through there.
Oh, but I know we'll be able to get through here. The infamous shimmering red floors make another appearance. Let's see if we clip through this one too.
Consistency. The bare minimum we expect from your gameplay elements. Didn't even give us that, huh?
I mean, I guess there's consistency in that this zone is feeling about as put together as any other location in the game to this point. We find ourselves locking up.
Oh, come on.
Patches and being surrounded
So
by
close.
interesting visual choices.
There's only one way to wrap this area, though, and that's with a deadly final confrontation.
God, a monster that has haunted Kong's every moment. The twisted snarl, the death-filled gaze, the feet that still don't touch the ground.
A waking nightmare. But our boy Kong is ready.
We start
Actually, let me change your weapon now.
Kong's life. Kong has to contend with Gau's staggering screeches and deadly talons.
There we go.
Ouch! We'll have to stay away until we figure out a way to take this Crimson Hellbeast down.
Think, Kong, think! You've come all this way, surmounted impossible trials. You've regained all the powerful ape knowledge Mama Kong instilled in you. Or us? I don't really know how that goes. But anyway...
Wait. Shh! Mama Kong? Mama Kong. Mama Kong. That's it!
What?
Oh, boy.
Mama Kong taught us that think about that first battle with God. The only right way to take down this relentless fiend.
You mean... we
Shut up.
Break itself. Wow, that didn't take long.
Honestly, weirdly easy. God just stopped gawing.
So
I love how.
what do we do now?
We make like a...
I love how now it really is Gau's fault that I don't know.
I thought you'd never ask.
So now it's so now it really is Gau's fault that the boss fight didn't make sense. Because before it was because Mama Kong could just easily win, but no, it's because now it's because Gau is a fucking idiot.
Making us chase you through every inch of this jive duty butt game. Ooh, we murdered. Kong celebrates his glorious victory as the king of beasts, King Kong.
Wow, this adventure sure was something. A game. He played.
And on the Nintendo Switch, which, now that we've seen its performance on that hybrid device, kind of begs the question, what's Skull Island Rise of Kong like on other platforms?
Well, question no longer, friends. We hate ourselves.
Translation, we played it again.
This time on PC. How does it compare?
Well, getting right into a comparison of the title screen on both platforms, we can see things are much sharper on PC. No big surprise, we are working with more powerful hardware now. Despite the fidelity top-up, this
too early.
is running at a 1080p resolution, with no means to bump it up to 4K. Pretty archaic for a PC release in 2023.
Time to dive into the game world. Now, while we're still seeing far clearer visuals,
there we go.
We gotta call it like it is. The textures are still pretty ugly. Mama Kong specifically still has this weird carved Play-Doh look to her.
Out in the open areas, the world carries more detail with a way better draw distance. The water looks better, and it doesn't have the strange broken bar artifact problem we kept seeing on Switch.
The additional hardware powering this version of Skull Island undeniably benefits how the game world is represented. Oh, while we're talking about our surroundings, we gotta bring up the map. Tell me it's been upgraded.
No, just as unreadable as ever. Still nothing telling us where to go, and still no positional icon showing us where we are among this zigzag mess.
Guess we should have expected as much.
And don't expect any polish to the general gameplay experience either.
For example, we've got the same
there we go.
Bob animation when we
Haha!
stick forward.
We've still got immense open spaces with massive invisible walls.
Still have enemies that refuse to engage us in battle.
And there's still an alarming lack of care given to general detail everywhere.
When we get to the point that we notice Kong's boulder throw still doesn't hit locked-on targets, we give up hope that this is a significantly altered version of the game.
Beyond PC hardware making this game look and run slightly better, the only real change we notice in the tutorial is a scene after the first Ga confrontation.
Remember when Baby Kong ran away and the camera lingered on a puddle of water way too long on Switch? Well, here's the same scene on PC.
Did I just come here through here?
Reflection. Sure, it's got all the fidelity of a Rorschach test, but at least it adds context. Baby Kong's peering into himself. We get it now.
After this tiny revelation and seeing mostly minor adjustments to the pains we experienced on Switch, we put a pause on Reliving Skull Island on PC. That is, until about 2 days later when we clock back in and we're met with this.
A brand new start screen. Now, did Iguanabe do it? Does this mean?
Yup, they've pushed an update for Skull Island Rise of Kong on PC. The crazy part? There's
I didn't think they'd ever
no
bother.
mention of this update from any outlet anywhere, including Iguanabe's official media accounts.
Oh, what? Crazy! So they finally tweaked the game to be in a more playable state.
Or so we thought.
Playing again, we do see changes, like set dressing assets added in different locations. Plus, those
Shit, they all fly.
sequences and the pop-ups telling you how to perform a move. Well, they're running at a proper frame rate now.
We even noticed tweaks in cutscenes. Remember the Baby Kong reflection we were just talking about? It's been altered again.
Now, would a real reflection only show Baby Kong's character model and not the world around him? No sky, no stars, no clouds? Probably not, but there's no denying this is different.
And we have to mention the most significant tweak of all, something we've been begging to change. When you pause the game and bring up the map screen, you get this.
A reworked map menu. You now have
Yeah, there we go.
sections, new markers, and yes, they finally placed a positional icon to track Kong on the map.
Finally, the mega upgrade we needed. Or it seemed to be, until we tested it a little further in the game.
Yeah, we're seeing discrepancies like this. Open and traversable path in game.
This thing looks like a giant spaghetti
There
monster.
should be a wall in front of us.
Yeah, he looks like a meatball.
Check the map again. Oh look!
There we go.
Broken reality. He's smack dab in the middle of nothing.
In other spaces, we find mountains gating off traversal. When we head to the map, there are no boundaries anywhere near our icon. This should be open space. Why is our map lying to us?
Look, we got an update, and it's nice to see work put into a game that clearly...
Give me a second. My phone just died. I gotta plug it in. Okay, I'm back. We played. Excuse me, play this video again.
He needs it, but we're seeing changes that range from minor visual adjustments to monkey's paw style borked upgrades. It's nowhere near enough to make the game enjoyable.
As of this video, the moment-to-moment gameplay is still daunting and dishearteningly janky. It's a game still brimming with clueless and broken enemy AI, still ripe with questionable designs, still more of a chore to play than any action-adventure game has any right to be.
And that's in the game's shiniest updated PC release. Back in Nintendo Switch land, weeks later, no update has been pushed to the system. And honestly, we're kind of giving up hope that one will come out.
Meaning the Switch version may forever be the worst iteration of a game that, even in its very best state, is still terrible to play.
Skull Island, Rise of Kong. Any way you play it, this ain't the eighth wonder of the world. It's a game fraught with glaring development issues, a title as appealing as Empire State Building Roadkill, a mammoth video game nosedive for one of fiction's greatest characters.
Well, Adam, it was the developer's ambitions in the end that got him.
Oh no, it wasn't their ambitions. It was publisher killed the beast.
It's just bad.
All right. Let's see, what else can I do? What should this one's Vitaly? Okay, Bay is playing Expedition 33. Let me put that in. Yeah. I got so many playlists of how like VTubers just playing certain games. God damn it, my back is itchy. I hate getting that itch you can't reach. Let's see here. La mission finale. All right. Put this also in the playlist. There we go. Hmm. What? Monster House. I've never seen someone like, it's been a while since I see someone talk about Monster House or refer to it in some way. My baguette is sharp and ready. You joke, but there is a baguette weapon in the game. I won't spoil how to get it, though, at least not here. I mean, I would play what Lorenzo suggested, but I'm not I mean, I don't think he's here. Whoops, didn't mean to go back into the game and to still be on YouTube. We are now video hunting. What should I watch? I don't know if I want to play like somebody else's live stream. What would I be watching right now besides another person's live stream? I guess Magic Mush again? I don't know. Hmm. That smiling picture is a picture of Germa, right? Like, ignore the clown. I'm talking about the video, the photo behind it. Hmm. I still can't believe I'm has been gold plate holic here. Maybe not this one. There is a video. There was a video I saw about a speed run. Here it is. Here we go. This one.
Whether it's I would really prefer if you be quiet or this girl asking a runner to pause a game so she can talk about her grandma that died from cancer. Over the years, there's been
Can you stop?
cringe moments in the speedrun community. I'm a frog, and today we're going to look at Halo speedrunning signature cringe moment, Cody Miller's 2011 Halo CEG.
I wonder if she even knew what a speed run is all about.
A run that was such a train wreck, GDQ added a
Like, why did she even show up if she didn't know?
prevent such a thing from ever happening again. But you may be asking yourself, who is Cody Miller and why was he speedrunning this game in the first place? At the time, Cody was in charge of the Halo speedrunning site highspeedhalo.net. Highspeedhalo.net now doesn't have anything to do with speedrunning, but does have great articles like an introduction to the world of Halo figurines and top 5 most sexy Halo Cortana pictures. Halo runners now use HaloRuns.com. At the time, Cody was known for that site and for being one of the original Halo speedrunners with many world records. He was even mentioned in the Guinness Book of World Records for beating Halo 2 on Legendary in 3 hours deathless, which later turned out to be faked along with some, if not all, of his other records. He was a cheater, and this run was the first step towards uncovering that. So when GDQ, which stands for Games Done Quick, a biannual...
Oh, by the way, since my phone is charging, this means I can't read chat as soon as I would like, so you're gonna have to wait until I stop to read it. Or read the chat on OBS.
I'm fairly new to it though, and my best CE full game legendary time thus far is 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 41 seconds, which is good for 24th on the leaderboard. Not too shabby.
Now that I'm watching this, maybe I should watch one of the Rixer's videos on speedruns.
Much faster than Cody's GDQ time, which ended up being over 4 hours, not to mention that he had to lower the difficulty twice and ended up beating it on normal. But we'll get to that. For some reason, I decided to put myself through watching this entire 4-hour run, and boy, was it something. Being a runner myself, I'll break down some of the intricacies of how bad this run is, and I'll also show examples of how things are supposed to look, so if you don't know, you can fully appreciate the terribleness in front of you. Let's hop in. Yeah, like, I haven't seen them. Don't get your hopes up. You're not going to see him here either. Cody's Pillar of Autumn actually starts off well. He messed up the first jump, pipe jump, and bonked into the wall, but hey, happens to the best of us, and otherwise this is good so far.
Good stuff. Paul Miller, you ready, dude? He's serious time right now. Can't get anything out of him.
As we all know, the most entertaining speedruns are the ones where the runner doesn't talk at all or explain what they're doing. Boring is the best way to describe his Pillar of Autumn run. It's mostly him slowly killing all the enemies in each room. But he doesn't die at all, so if you're
Oh no! Ah, fuck.
this is how it's supposed to look.
Good thing you don't take fall damage in this game.
Slow. For example, in this room, the classic strat was to stick one elite, throw a plasma at the door, and make a break for it. Instead, Cody sits here for 2 minutes, struggling to kill everybody. Even if you are going to try to clear the room, it should not take him this long. Also, why did Bro not grab the Magnum? Have you never played CE before? I managed to get a hold of the high-speed Halo world records at the time of Cody's run, and the world record for Pillar
Is the Magnum really strong or something?
I timed Cody's here
I don't really know much of anything about Halo, but that's okay. I like listening to his video.
far and away the level that went the best for Cody. It's all downhill from here. Cody starts off Halo by crossing the bridge. This is fine, that's what you're supposed to do, right? The first real trick of the game at the time was where you walk over here, do a grenade jump, and skip the bridge. This saves a couple seconds versus walking, but we mainly do it to skip a trigger. There'd normally be 2 Banshees and a Covenant squad up ahead that we now don't have to deal with. It's one of the easiest tricks in the game, and there's zero reason for
Oh,
CE
auto regen. I forgot about that one.
unless they don't know
In fact, I don't even remember getting this one.
Oh no. Well, maybe now he'll do the grenade jump. Nope, he's just walking back across the bridge. Alrighty, got him. Now he can advance to the next area. Why are you dropping the Magnum?
Hide and shoot.
Man, bro, maybe you wouldn't have died there if you could just headshot the elite when his shields are down. Oh no. In this section today, we'll kill at least 5 of the 6 Marines here to skip both dialogue and an entire dropship. One Halo speedrun meme you may know, as said by Paul Russell,
Marty, he's killing the Marines.
but back in 2011, Halo runners didn't kill any Marines here, which meant there was dialogue before every ship and you had 5 to take out. But even without modern grenade lineups, they're all fairly easy if you know what you're doing. You mainly just grenade the elites as they come out and clean up everyone else. On the first ship,
Ah, fuck, right. I keep forgetting.
take out Jackals. It grunts first, retreats, and then dies. Then dies again and says something you probably never want to hear in a live speedrun.
I forgot how to do this part.
He then adopts a strategy I used as a 5-year-old when the Covenant scared me, which is to be safe and stay on top of the structure. He proceeds to die anyway. It's actually the exact opposite. He's playing too passively. But like I said earlier, this run gives the impression that CE speedrunning
Ah, damn. I should have just attacked normally.
where you take your time.
Yeah.
Man, this isn't going well.
Cody was also in the Guinness Book of World Records for making the understatement of the century. After a couple more deaths, Cody decided to do something not typically seen in a legendary speedrun, which is to change the difficulty to heroic. After struggling to start and refusing to say anything, Cody becomes more confident and starts talking about subjects like whether or not Halo Reach is canon.
So I've just got a website. HaloReachIsNotCanon.net.
The guy sitting to Cody's right was another speedrunner who was at GDQ to run Trials HD and Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Even though he's not a Halo runner, he does his best to explain backpack reloading in a desperate attempt to make this run at least somewhat informative despite Cody's refusal to explain anything.
Often you'll notice that you don't actually see Cody reload his weapons, and that's because you can, is it if you double tap reload?
Yep, and then see it's full.
Switch.
Cody successfully does a cutscene skip on the light bridge, but more importantly answers a question about what tricks he's going to do.
Does Light ask, Cody, are you doing AOTCR fall, Silent Cartographer launch, and or Keys Shield Bump?
Key shield bump, no. Assault on the control room, maybe. Sonic cartographer, definitely.
I don't know what's funnier, them feeling the need to ask if he was going to do basic tricks, or him saying yes to only one.
I would go to legendary for the library.
Cody is saying he would raise the difficulty on the library. Keep this statement in the back of your mind. The rest of the level is easy enough. There's 3 areas where you're supposed to save Marines, but if the Marines die, the game lets you progress anyway, so it's fastest to just kill them at the first 2 areas and then move on.
As I get older, I wonder, can you ever truly know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? A lucky few, perhaps. Everybody knows themselves. A lucky few, perhaps. Is it a blessing? Is it a blessing to understand your darker nature? Or a curse to which we turn a blind eye? We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront. About ourselves. About each other. Then there are the things we genuinely don't see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but time these days to wonder. What I missed. What that might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see? That I couldn't make myself see? It sounds like I have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent.
The viewers, what you doing? No.
The Giga Chad meme, god damn it.
While Cody was slowly clearing the last area, a
No.
developer decided to roast one of the guys on camera.
Agatrod says, I'll donate $5 if the guy with the long hair says, I make the best armor in all of Soul Time.
Hey, after half an hour of just a second,
Is that
he's
a...
finally gotten through.
Is that a Thor reference or something? Like, what's going... I don't know what that's a reference to. I feel like it may be a Lord of the Rings reference, but I don't know. That feels wrong.
To do it. In runs now, we'll pretty much just run past this entire opening. In every old run I'd seen before, they'd stay back here and take guys out, so I figured Cody would do the same, but he attempted to rush and completely failed at it. He then walks off a cliff by accident. Expert commentary here, don't walk off the cliff. But it's okay, because now he's worked his way back and ready to push through. He did it again. That wasn't a replay. He actually did it again. He dies his third attempt too, but at least it was in a conventional way. Progress. Around the 50-minute mark, the chat starts asking if someone other than Cody can try to play.
Bob the Champ, only Cody Miller will be playing Halo. No one else is taking the controller.
After meandering his way through the level, which isn't ideal in a speedrun, Cody finally enters the Covenant ship. In Halo runs today, there's a trick called Belly Skip that lets you skip this entire section as well as the next main room, formerly known as the RNG room. Even still, the belly isn't too difficult to take care of if you know what you're doing. On Legendary, there's 10 waves with random spawns. Some of these waves will have gold sword elites, while others will just be jackals and or grunts. When playing on Heroic, like Cody, instead of gold elites, you get stealth elites. Cody gives himself a dose of copium by arguing that stealth elites, which have no shields, are actually stronger than gold elites, the highest ranking elites in the game.
And Legendary, those guys are gold, so it's actually, it can be somewhat more difficult on Heroic.
In the middle of all this, the stream receives a very special donation.
And person said hi to you, Goat Stroke, donated $5.
Go head on over and look at chat.
Yeah,
Oops, nope.
Goat Rope.
If you don't know who Go Rope is, he's a Halo speedrunner who's been around since the beginning. Pulling this run in front of him is the equivalent of butchering the Star-Spangled Banner in front of Francis Scott Key.
Nothing yet.
In the RNG room, there's 3 doors and you need one of them to open, except only the Covenant can open them. If you don't get a sleeping grunt spawn, you can try to bait an elite into opening one, or worse comes to worse, you can start clearing the room to spawn more waves and run through then. Cody instead wanders back and forth for a couple minutes before realizing he needs to get more enemies to spawn, and then he dies. Eventually he makes it through though, and now it's time for the first major embarrassing trick screw up of the run. So you're supposed to do a grenade jump here. The grenade jump that I had always seen was like this, where you throw 2 plasmas, one high, one on the floor, and then a frag. This doesn't kill us because we pick up the overshield.
Pretty sure this is where I came from.
From the second floor, you do another jump onto a dropship. Then from the dropship, you do one more grenade jump to the 3rd floor. I found a run from way back in 2007 that did it this way, so I know for a fact that this was a strat at the time of Cody's run. However, I also found old runs that did this. This is from famous Halo runner Subwhistle. This is 3 plasmas and 1 frag to get you all the way on.
Subwhistle, I like the sound of that username.
Amalgamation of this, where he throws 3 plasmas like he's gonna do the dropship jump, but then he doesn't throw the last frag. The results are less than desired.
Not quite.
Oh wait, there was something down there.
Oh, damn it, I have to jump.
Interesting.
You know what, we'll just do this normally.
Cody decides to stop trying. Not only
Pain.
does this mean he now has to fight all the way to the top floor, this also prevents another skip. After finding keys, you're supposed to fight back to the hangar and leave in a dropship. But if you grenade jump to the 2nd floor, the triggers in the hangar break and the mission ends once you kill the sword elites on the bridge. Instead, Cody just plays through the level normally while dying a bunch of times.
You don't need to press that button.
Oh shoot, I think you're right, I do it first time.
No, you don't! Hurry up!
Well, if you skip, the level ends here after this speech, because it gets screwed up with the triggers.
Yeah, thanks for telling us about the 15 minutes you didn't skip. Wait a sec, you got the ending skip anyway. He actually did a
Mime.
skip, even if accidentally. That wasn't supposed to happen, but hey, after 37 minutes, he finally beat TNR. We are so back. Oh my god, we're only an hour and 20 minutes through this. I have 3 more hours of this shit. Silent Cartographer is probably the coolest level in the game of speedrun and has been for a really long time. Cody actually knows what to do here. He's not good at it.
We're so back. Oh no, we're not back actually. It's still over.
Normally you'd have to go to a different part of the island to unlock it, but with that and then falling off in such a way that we don't die, we skip a huge chunk of this level. Let's see how Cody does.
Get through it. But if you...
Now let's see how Squidward takes his shift. I don't know. Now let's see how Squidward keeps his workstation.
Oh nice, he actually got it. Let's see the fall off.
Oh wow. Yeah, that skips a lot of levels.
So now,
another skip.
Becomes the hard part.
Eventually he gets it, then after messing up the simplest grenade jump imaginable a couple times, he gets an active camo and is able to run back to the top.
10 seconds. I've already messed up.
Alright, so this level still wasn't good, but at least it wasn't half an hour. On the Cody curve, this is a colossal W. Unfortunately, it's followed
There we
by
go.
maybe the biggest L of the entire run. Assault in the Control Room is a pretty simple level, especially back in 2011. So you fight your way through the first room to the bridge. From the bridge,
Yeah.
there's a trick called Bridge Fall, which was the legendary strat for a long time, but now is only done on easy runs. There's 3 falls, the first one off the bridge, the second one onto a ledge, and then the third jump just to get down. The second jump is by far the hardest, and it's pretty tricky, but with a bit of practice, it isn't too bad. If you pull it off successfully, no enemies will spawn for the rest of the mission, and you'll be able to drive through the rest in just a few minutes. Cody gets through the first room pretty quick, actually. Let's see how many tries it takes him to get Bridge Fall.
That's more like it.
Oh my god, he got it. Now he just needs to fall off the right.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
A lot of luck.
Just to clarify, it's not luck. If you do it right, you'll hit it every single time. The
I thought I saw something there, like a picture.
Destroyer. I'll link his video in the description. After several minutes of trying, Cody gave up, and instead of beating the longest level in the game in about 7 minutes, he now has to play through it in its entirety. And I have to sit through the entire thing. Hang on a second.
Damn impressive.
Pro gamer stuff right here, folks. Why are you waiting for a Marine to get in? You're literally getting out right up here. There's a skip here I was hoping he'd know about. He didn't, of course, but you can actually hop on this glass and get to the other side early. This skip's like another 5 minutes at least. For Cody, it would have saved 17 minutes. Worth noting, Cody's time estimate for this run, the time that the event was planning around, was 2 hours. Now, well past the 2-hour mark, Cody is still on level 5 of 10. After several failed attempts, Cody steals a Banshee you're not supposed to get. Then this happens.
Yeah, you're supposed to get it before you. That's what I thought. Oh wow. Epic music.
He also tries to give himself a dose of copium.
The rest of the levels are so much easier.
We'll see about that one, Cody.
What is this? What is that? What is this? That's the story.
You have got to be kidding me. He actually did it. It took him 43
It's kind of
minutes.
satisfying to see him just hang out.
He did it.
220, okay. Let's see if we can do under 3.
Sorry, Cody, but both of us still have 2 more hours left of this. Thankfully, 343 Guilty Spark is a pretty quick level. The legendary world record at the time was 7 minutes 32 seconds, and Heroic, which remember he's now playing on, was only 6:17. And this level at the time really just had one very hard trick with a checkpoint right before it, so you could try it over and over again. So this should be a quick one, and he's already going the wrong way. In the speed run, you're supposed to go left at the start. On runs now, we do a grenade jump, but back in 2011, they were instead doing this jump off a rock. Either way, that would have saved him a bit of walking in combat. An easy trick that anyone can do.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, damn.
So this part of the game is when the twist
Damn.
the flood is revealed, and this is the reveal room. This level isn't very hard, and Cody, despite a couple stupid deaths, is getting through it. Really, the only difficulty in this one is navigating your way through the facility, which is meant to be confusing. But for an experienced runner, that shouldn't be a problem. Wait, where is he going? This is back the way you came. What are you doing?
So now I'm like actually legitimately lost.
You agree
Yeah, there we go.
This game, and you don't even know where to go, and you just died, and now we're all the way back to the start of the reveal room. Oh my fuck!
Was actually manning the donation count.
He just did a grenade jump to get back where he started. He actually made it to the shotgun room. We are so back. So
Let me check something actually.
now there's a trick called camo jump or camo jumo where we grab active camo.
Because it looks like you have the option to just not attack it, and I don't know if that changes anything.
After grabbing camo, Cody tries to grenade jump and fails horribly. He didn't attempt it again. Any semblance of this being a speed run has now completely vanished, and everyone in the room looks embarrassed for Cody. After a couple minutes, he does finally make his way out of the facility, but the level's not quite over yet.
Yeah, we have what the game's finished, so we'll be going on.
Okay, I'm going.
Cody, you're over your time estimate.
If you think this is cheating, the game never tells you anything, so I don't know.
As funny as him getting lost is,
The game, there are some things the game just doesn't tell you, so I think it's safe to use a guide in this case.
I will now remind you of this from earlier.
I would go to Legendary for the library.
Normal is obviously different than Legendary, but if I were running, I would still at least try to show off the Legendary speedrun strats when, you know, you're at a speedrunning event. So at the time, the strategy was to walk forward to get Guilty Spark to move up, do a grenade jump, run back to trigger Guilty Spark again, and make your way to the first door without fighting any enemies. Cody does none of this and instead opts to plot his way along in the most uninteresting way possible. He then dies at the very start despite playing on normal. And again.
I thought the Flood had no one central nervous system, so they don't like.
Well, the headshot is actually kind of in the body, sort of.
You can't headshot Flood and see.
Really? I got that record? Huh, I guess I didn't go back to the pictogram.
Get through some of the hallways, not to mention now there's flood bumping, but Cody knew none of this stuff, and this level was just painful to watch. At one point, he started running back the way he came, didn't realize it for like 30 seconds. He was also getting bad checkpoint luck, and there were a few times where he died, missed a checkpoint, and went back 2+ minutes. Pain. A little over the 3-hour mark, a woman enters the room before quickly making the correct decision to leave. I counted 7 deaths for Cody on the library, despite playing on normal.
It's a charm Picto, so in the Lumina passive from the optional boss fight with Tissier. It's an easier fight, but you can still avoid the charm status effect if your timing is on point. Okay. Okay, so you're okay. It is better if you fight it. That's good to know.
Trick involving a Banshee that's cool conceptually but kind of boring to watch, but classic 2 Betrayal speedruns were actually insane. Not as much in 2011 as later years. The Legendary world record was still over 17 minutes, but there was a lot of cool stuff Cody could still try to do. Like, check this out. On normal, you can just slide down to the bottom of the pyramid and get in the Banshee while the Wraith is still shooting at you. Cody instead opts to slowly work his way down while killing every enemy at a moderate pace. Oh hey, there's a slide and he died. And now he's back to the start because he didn't get a checkpoint. Nice.
Shit!
Dark Side Phil, now there's a blast from the past.
So how about them Jets boys?
How about them Jets boys? Let's see if I can parry this. Shit! Too early.
I can't do this anymore, dude. This room you can run past fairly easily, at least on normal. Even the footage you're watching, I got kind of unlucky with my Flood and Elite spawns, but still made it through mostly unscathed. Cody doesn't go this way.
There we go.
I'm still wanting this to end right now.
Me too, Cody. Me too. You just drove over a health pack and rocket ammo.
There we go.
Check this out in the second reactor room. I'm just gonna
got the Pictos.
Activate this, which does take down your shields. Then use a rocket and grenade to get back out.
The pulse generator overloaded. One more to go.
That was at least kind
Well,
of...
yeah, the Nevron wasn't really attacking, so...
He's slowly trying to kill everything. There's a new Banshee to his right, and instead he grabs the old one with health damage. You cannot make this stuff up. There's an old strat that I don't know how to do because we don't use it anymore, so I'm taking this from the aforementioned Goat Ropes GDQ run in 2014, which is my favorite run ever. You're supposed to do the rest of the level on foot, but runners had this strat to get a ghost through the door. And to be clear, they were doing this at the time of Cody's run too. This lets Goat Rope drive to the end of the canyon to grab a Banshee, which he can then fly to the end with way quicker than if he had made his way on foot. Unsurprisingly, Cody doesn't even attempt the ghost trick and instead proceeds on foot. The remainder of the level takes him another 15 minutes.
I know you guys are hating me right now.
No. This is one of the most awkward things I have ever sat through.
Someone, Cody, is trying to remind you there's a ghost somewhere.
I really don't want to keep fighting, man.
Even the chat is trying to backseat game for him. Okay, finally.
It may be better to fight them because of experience, but I don't know.
You know what? Actually, instead of telling you, why don't I show you? Hit it, Johnny.
Snick! Gonna be a montage. Montage. South Park. Never once. No.
21. He died 21 times in one
Medium
level
damage to all
playing
enemies.
normal at an event where he was invited to play on
High single
Legendary.
target
It took him
damage,
over
1
40
hit.
minutes on normal when the legendary record at the time was 17:23. Anyway, on to keys. Keys should have been the shortest level of the run. This is another trick that I don't know how to do because it's an outdated trick. Back in Cody's day, you were supposed to do a shield bump out of bounds at the very start of the level, from which you can then do
Oh, damn.
platforming to get to the keys room. It turns a 20-minute level on Legendary into a 3 to 4 minute level.
But why can't you do it?
I need to upgrade this again.
It's just extremely difficult. Okay.
At this point, I probably don't even need to tell you that Cody did not do this or even attempt it.
You know what? I have no idea where I'm going.
Oh god, not this again.
That's the only weapon I know is really good for a certain character. The rest, I'm not sure.
He's in a groove. He starts talking about Metal Gear Solid.
In Twin Snakes, suddenly Solid Snake is like straight out of the Matrix.
Yeah. For once in the run, he finally appears comfortable, and rightfully so, because despite not doing the skip that would have made this the shortest level in the game, he gets through it in a little over 12 minutes on normal. Once again, on the Cody curve, this is a W. Cody's told us a couple times
There we go.
he's pretty good at the last level.
Yeah.
Well, last level I'm good at, so no worries there.
Cody for a long time had the world record on this level, the Mob, which was thought to be unbeatable due to a glitch he seemingly pulled off that no one had ever done
Yeah.
before or was able to replicate.
Yeah.
Features that bash open this set of doors and the doors on the other side, and you can use them to get on top of the map. This is called Cafe Bump. In Anniversary graphics, you can see everything, but in classic graphics, you can without some special maneuvering that they didn't know about back then. Cody magically gets vision, and long story short, now that we know what to do to get vision legitimately, we can say with confidence that what Cody did should not have worked. He cheated. At the time, this was just chalked up as a super lucky glitch.
Alright, so I think I still remember most of the tricks.
Let's get it.
Ah, damn, I could have.
He already died.
Good thing I have anti-charm on.
He attempts to do Cafe Bump, but again, this is before
I look how the snake just collapsed. He just plops down.
And got sent back to the start of the level. After a third death at the very start, once again he's playing on normal, he finally makes it to the bridge. Later
Oh,
on in
damn.
the level, he doesn't grab it, hit no
Damn.
damage. Some would say this is because he didn't
Nah.
grab it, but personally,
I hate the tail
found a
strikes.
risky time save called No OS Hunter Hallway. Bravo, Miller. Unfortunately, he could have used the overshield because Hunter Hallway takes him down to 1 red. Normally in the reactor room back then, you do a small grenade jump up because it's a little faster and it can let you get all the reactors in one cycle without any waiting time. But because of his low health, Cody can't do this. He also walks up the wrong side, but at this point it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Blowing up the first reactor, Cody falls
Woo!
back and has to walk all the way back up. But eventually he gets the last 3 and is able to get on the elevator and start the Warthog run. I would now like to flash back to a donation request from Killer Bob.
Damn.
Someone asks Cody if he can
There we go.
see the talking drum.
Ah, shit.
Oh, yeah, but you can't finish the level.
You can't finish the level if you stop to see him? Well, here's footage of me stopping to see the grunt and still completing the Warthog run on Legendary with over a minute and a half remaining. I will give Cody credit for this.
Yeah.
He nailed that 360. And that's Cody's run, just under 4 hours and 17 minutes. His time estimate may have been 2 hours, and he may have had to lower the
Yeah.
But that's still a finished run that unfortunately did a lot of damage to Halo speedrunning at the time. Cody came back to GDQ
Yeah.
the Halo Reach run that wasn't a complete disaster, like he did actually.
I love Birkin.
But it was still really slow and bad.
Ah, damn. Here we go again. The Birkins do the exact same thing.
Halo.net not being very well run, the Halo Runs community was pretty dormant for a while, with it just being a small handful of people who communicated through Skype and recorded records on a Google Doc. GDQ didn't want to host any more Halo runs, and they had to fight to get a good Halo runner back, but they eventually got Mr. Monopoly invited to the January 2014 event to do an amazing Halo 2 run, which, combined with the newly formed HaloRuns.com,
Shit.
successfully brought Halo speedrunning back to life. Then in summer 2014, there was also Goat Rope CE run at the second GDQ event of the year, and later in 2014,
Damn.
the release of the Master Chief Collection, which had speedrun achievements and got a whole lot of people interested in learning routes for them and watching runners like Naked Eli. But yeah,
There we
Cody's
go.
run was really bad. It wasn't even that he was choking on tricks as much as he just wasn't good at the game. Like, even full path playing these levels should not have taken him as long as it did, and it's really painful to watch, especially after he lowers the difficulty to normal and is still sucking at the game. But if you are interested in watching good Halo speedruns, then the website to go to is HaloRuns.com, and for help doing runs yourself, join the Halo Runs Discord.
Ah, there we go.
Tutorials and everything you need you can find there. And if you like this video, then click the video on screen to watch me go over one of my old personal best speedruns, which is still almost 3 hours faster than Cody's. I'll catch you next time.
Hello, you absolute legend.
I didn't even see it spit it out.
The streamer known as Queen
Oh, this video. I like this video.
the dragon Alatreon wearing a blindfold.
This garnered her quite a lot of attention, but when people experienced with the game she was playing and those experienced in blindfold speedrunning saw her video, they realized immediately it was fake. Unfortunately, Queen Pongelot's effort of faking a blindfolded run was extremely poor. Not only was she using strategies that are just flat out impossible to use while blind, but the blindfold she was using was so thin and obviously fake, even we, the viewers, could see straight through it. Soon enough, people were making videos calling out her fake run, and Queen Pongelot was beginning to get quite a lot of negative attention. As it turns out, the public doesn't appreciate liars.
Maybe I should watch Ubisoft's video on the same topic too.
Clout. After receiving backlash, Queen Pongelot fought back, announcing that she was going to do another blindfolded run of the Dragon Alatreon, but this time with more proof. On the 14th of February, she went live, and she was stacked to the gills with ironclad anti-cheat measurements. This time she wore a genuine blindfold. She had a hand cam. She had input display. She had paper covering up her monitors. And she was live. Surely there was absolutely no way she could cheat. And with all of this in place, she did it again. She beat the Dragon Alatreon in front of hundreds of people. She was so convincing that it seemed like everyone now believed she was legit.
But anyway, yeah, it looks like the
Oh boy.
blindfold kill was actually real. It did actually happen.
Maybe we got it wrong.
Asmongold.
Queen Pongelot was just more gifted than everyone else, and she could really do things blindfolded that no one else could. Or maybe, just maybe, she...
Explosives. But we've made enough holes in this place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's being swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings. Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings. Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
Nah, must have been how they died. Most of these are just how, like, their last entry.
She just cheated again, and we don't know how. Honestly, when I first saw her new successful attempt, I didn't know how she did it. But I did know two things. One, her gameplay was impossible to do blind. And two, people always underestimate the autistic power of speedrunners. I was committed to finding out how this
The
was
autistic
done.
power.
I envisioned sophisticated cheating methods that would be impossible to detect. I figured that whatever Queen Pongelot did must be pretty genius to fool everyone so easily. For 3 days, I meticulously studied her video. I worked with
My headset
experts
is
to
dying.
verify game mechanics. I spoke with programmers to see if we could replicate her run using advanced software. But I was
Let me see if I can plug it in.
And then, after 72 hours of running into dead ends, I finally saw it. I noticed that Queen Pongelot did something that gave everything away. The curtain was lifted, and the magician had exposed her secrets. I had the smoking gun, and within 20 minutes of seeing Queen Pongelot do this one thing, we knew exactly how she did it, and we had the proof. As it turns out,
I am
was
plugged
on the
in.
wrong track the entire
All right.
time. I thought the method she used must have been smart because no
Chat
one
check.
detected it. But in the end, it turned out to be the simplest and dumbest method I could have imagined. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly how Queen Pongelot faked her most recent blindfolded takedown of the Dragon Alatreon. And I guarantee that you'll be shocked at just how many things she did to try and fool you. I really hope you enjoy. Legends, let's be honest. If you're watching my channel, so impossible to detect whether you are looking I could have asked for. Please get yourself a PC you deserve. The link to Starforge Systems will be in the description. Go and check out their PCs today. In my previous video, we looked at Queen Pongelot.
Target ally deals double damage for one turn. Sure.
A really thin, transparent sheet of material to cover her eyes and pretended that she couldn't see. In this case, it was so easy to debunk because everyone can just use their own eyes and see that her blindfold was fake. As far as her gameplay was concerned, it's also really obvious that
Yeah, there's the lamp behind her exposed her.
to use the audio to know exactly where the monster is, but years of
No, I'm already prepared. I'm 3 steps ahead of you.
This is impossible. I also highlighted that beyond knowing where the monster is, it's also impossible to detect whether you are looking up or down. So if you see a blindfolded player using their mouse to look up or down, you know they can see. In her latest attempt, we see all of those impossible gameplay mechanics in action once again, and in some cases, it's even worse. She will access the menu in order to use items and mess up with her camera, and then
I gotta
immediately
pause.
perfectly fix it.
No. Oh. Oh. It's all around the board. I don't know if you heard that because I realized the mic was muted.
She even does this when the dragon is not making any sounds at all. So
I was trying to play the video and then I got distracted.
Cue, like in this example. Beyond the impossible vertical movement, we also see crazy head tracking in real time. That is just laughable. I mean, just look at this gameplay.
Up. Ah! That ribbon is tricky. Shit, too early.
In the last clip, she is rolling underneath the dragon, keeping the camera on its head perfectly as she does it. It's hilarious. And remember, looking up does nothing. It doesn't let her hit any higher, so there is literally no point in doing this other than to see the head, which makes no sense if you're blindfolded.
I thought I could parry that. I mean, I feel like I know I can, but I need to remember the timing. There we go.
Meaning that she can't see them anyway. This led me to consider other ways she might be playing without seeing. One way would be some kind of aimbot. Aimbots are common in many games, so it's possible if she had some kind of sophisticated software, it could help her aim on the dragon. This would solve the problem of locating the dragon and also solve the vertical aiming issue. However, this wouldn't solve like being able to dodge attacks that don't have sound cues. In one instance, she accidentally hooks onto Alatreon's leg instead of its head, and immediately releases before targeting the head again. But there is no audible difference between hooking onto the leg or the head, so there is no way she should have known. In order to solve issues like this, I theorized that maybe someone was talking to her and giving her instructions through Discord. With someone in her ear and some aim assist software, you might be able to play like this without sight. I reached out to Monster Hunter World expert TSC, who actually developed the first known aimbot of the game. According to him, if she was using an aimbot to achieve this effect, it would require software far more sophisticated than anyone in the community currently
Oh, there we go.
It seems unlikely that this was the method. The most common theory I saw online was that she was using pre-recorded gameplay. Maybe she beat Alatreon earlier and just played that gameplay footage during her live stream. Something like this has been done before. I even made a video about a speedrunner who cheated by using a pre-recorded run.
Ah, shit! Ah, that was a gradient attack.
However, I didn't believe this was the case. Queen Pongelot had two cameras and they were both completely in sync. I studied her mouse movements and they always seemed to match what was going on in the game. And so did her keyboard inputs. Her mouse sensitivity was very high, so a lot of movements are hard to see, but I couldn't see any discrepancies. It did appear as though she was actually playing. In my opinion, this also ruled out the idea that someone else was playing instead of her, perhaps by using remote assistance. This is an idea that the YouTuber Abby
I wish you could do what but you can use doing like a dragon where fuck. I wish you could do what you can do it like a dragon where you can switch out party members in the middle of battle.
But this is extremely unlikely.
Ah, I missed again.
It doesn't look like any fake blindfold I could find, and we know what blindfold she has because because it was recommended to her. Blindfolded expert Mitris has the exact same one, and it looks exactly the same. One other thing people noticed, and trust me, we
Come
noticed
on.
this immediately too, is that after Queen Ponzelot killed Alatreon and lifted the paper up, there was something on her screen. And it seemed like she noticed this and moved the paper back down to try and hide it.
I pause it. What is on the screen and what is on the thing? Is Monster
Shit.
Hunter on her screen? And then watch what happens. She puts it back down to cover. She's quickly trying to hide it. And then the game comes back up on screen.
This is the Windows Start menu, and the reason it appeared is because she hit the Windows key. In fact, she hits the Windows key multiple times throughout her blindfolded attempts. This bug...
Shit! I jumped too early.
She had no idea why she was doing it.
There we go.
Does this have something to do with how she was faking her gameplay? At seemingly random times, she would hit the Windows key, which would tap her out of the game. This caused her inputs to stop working.
Oh, come on.
Then need
Too
to hit
late.
the escape key to try and get back into the game. Watch this clip where she hits the Windows key and then spends 10 seconds trying to get the game to work again.
His dead body is under me.
This is bizarre, and she
Damn.
does this multiple times without ever mentioning it. She acts as if this really weird thing that she is doing isn't happening, which is obviously really suspicious. Ultimately, it seems like this is some kind of unrelated tech issue that she was having with her eye tracker. Multiple times before she even started her blindfolded attempts, we can see her hitting the Windows key in order to fix something. She even mentioned it earlier in her stream.
I needed to fix the Toby.
I think this tech issue has nothing to do with her blindfolded attempts. But
There we go. Now I know I can parry it.
How did she know there was a problem? She was blindfolded and couldn't see, but knew there was some kind of technical issue and always tried to fix it. And she did all of this without looking and without saying anything to her audience. It's all really...
There we go.
In the end, however, after discovering the truth, I realized this was a giant red herring. After several days of brainstorming, I was beginning to run out of ideas. But then, in the middle of the night,
too early.
I revisited a question I had from day one. There was something that Queen Ponzelot did that was really strange, and I couldn't figure it out. Immediately after she covers her main monitor with paper, while she is attempting to distract her viewers, she holds down her left mouse button for 10 seconds. This was actually one of the very first things I noticed when investigating her run, but I
Yeah, there we go.
no answer as to why she did it. Normally, when you hold a button down for a few seconds, it activates something. And this was one of the reasons I thought she was using some kind of software.
Okay.
But I had overlooked something that was so
Could have
obvious
parried
and
that.
so simple, I can't believe I didn't see it immediately. Once I understood what she was doing, it was game over. Holding her mouse button down for 10 seconds told me everything I needed to know. It unlocked all of her secrets. It revealed to me that there was in fact a third hidden monitor. Queen Ponzelot wants us to believe that she only
shit.
has 2 monitors. When she covers them up, she makes sure to verbally state that her monitor on the left has all of her other
Shit! I tried parrying it again.
The main attraction as we get our duct tape for our main monitor because, yeah. There's the other one. So you guys know. There it is. With all my other stuff on it. Boom.
This is a lie. In truth, she has a third monitor to her right, off camera. Before she covers it with paper, we can see that her main monitor has her OBS streaming software.
Can I hit
on it.
that?
This shows her gameplay, and it also has her Twitch chat.
It seems a
dropped
little too
into it as
high.
well. One thing that struck me
Oh, there we go.
is how she decided
So that's how
that
she was
all
charming
monitors
them.
were covered with paper before setting everything up.
I never noticed that until just now. Not even in my previous playthrough.
Like this wasn't on purpose.
No problem. Alright, alright, cool. Now, oh god, I'm sorry, I didn't think this through.
But the reason she did this is because she had to ensure that what she did was hidden from the camera.
Shit.
This is where the beauty of the input display comes in, because we can still see everything
There we go.
she's doing. But it's obvious she is trying to hide it. What she does next is very sneaky. She lifts up the paper on
There we
her
go.
monitor, which has her OBS on it. She clicks on her OBS window and holds down the mouse key. Then, while she is holding down the mouse button, she distracts her audience with verbal diarrhea.
That's why we go through what we go through, right? You know? And it's the way that it has to be.
There we go.
And,
Next is the key that I should have seen immediately. What is the most common thing you do when you hold down the mouse button? You drag windows. While talking, she drags her OBS to her hidden monitor on the right. We can confirm.
I can't wait to get a different computer with, or at the very least a computer with a second monitor.
On the right when she
That way I can read chat and play a game at the same time.
that's why we go through what we go through, right?
Right now I have to use my phone.
You know?
She will use her OBS on the hidden monitor to see the game. Immediately after this, she pretends to move the OBS to her left monitor.
Yeah.
She moves her mouse to the left, she looks to the left, and she even says that she's moving something. However, you can see on the input display, she doesn't even click her mouse. Now, despite the fact her monitor on the right is supposed to be a secret, she cannot help but stare at it constantly. She even responds to this exact message in chat
Stanceless.
while looking at it. However, mid-sentence, she realizes how stupid this is and stops talking.
The final act begins. Oh boy, I forgot what this one is about.
Everything will be unedited.
After panicking and thinking for 10 seconds, she tries to fix this mistake.
That's pretty though.
And she read the message from the monitor on the left.
Fuck, jumped too early.
Everything will be unedited.
Ah, damn. So much happening. Damn. Ah, shit.
Unedited.
The funny thing about Queen Pongelot reading chat from her hidden monitor is that it's completely unnecessary. There is no need to have chat there in the first place, and it just causes her to constantly look at it, making it obvious it's there. And it also causes her to screw up by responding to it. I'm guessing she just couldn't help herself.
There we go.
She really wanted to see all of her fans talking about her as she was playing. So we know that she has a monitor to her right, but how does she see it? Well, the secret is in how she's wearing her blindfold. She's wearing it very, very loosely. It's barely able to stay on her face, and on top of that, she wears it very high. This is not how you're supposed to wear a blindfold. Anyone who owns a blindfold like this knows you don't wear them loose.
Oh, damn.
You wear them tight. If you wear them loose, light gets in.
Yeah.
By wearing her blindfold loose, she can see through a small gap between her nose and the blindfold. The gamer Juzzy has already replicated her exact setup. In his case, he showed his two monitors, which he turned off. He wore a proper blindfold, he used the exact same input display, and he had a hand cam. With all of this, he also killed Alatreon.
Yeah! Got a weapon for CL too.
Here, he explains how he did it.
As you can see,
Second Axon, defeat the second Axon. Back at camp. Yeah, boy.
What did you see this time? I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was. Why do I keep seeing things? Who are you?
That rapier reminds me of Mr. Negative from Marvel Spider-Man. Barrier Baker required. You can now face the Paintress at the monolith. All right. The medallion is still the best weapon for her, from what I can hear. But for the sake of the story, I'll equip it. Excuse me. Go check the chat first. Nothing yet. All right. Point system. Wait, we'll learn skills. I keep forgetting about that one. The night curator offers you his services. I almost said the night offers you his services. I think that's a holdover from Honkai Star Rail. Medallion. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it to level 16 for now. You know, maybe I should I just put it up to 20? I don't know. I don't even know if I have enough to make it to 20. Now we're at the second strongest. Okay, the level is higher, but the power is lower. One more should do it. There we go. I want it to be the strongest weapon because I keep saying this, but from what I hear, it is the best weapon you can have for Mael. Either that or it's just because it's a late game weapon that you won't get that you wouldn't be able to get any other. It's a weapon that you wouldn't be able to get any other place other than in the tournament or if you fight Gold Grub. But I don't know. I feel like this is a good weapon to have on her. I have no idea what's a good weapon for any of these other characters. Hmm. All right. Let's check on the others. Actually, let's see if I can play that new red card I supposedly got. Clair Obscur. Oh. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I'll save that for later.
You seem preoccupied.
It's nothing. Just nerves. It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you, I imagine.
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed.
Do I?
You're not nervous?
Of course I am. But we will do everything in our power. And either it will be enough, or it won't.
You're always so calm about everything.
Is that a question?
An observation. Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
Why is that strange? I guess Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
I guess that's true for me too.
I guess that's true for me too.
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Home?
Yes, home. With everyone I've ever loved.
You believe in an afterlife?
I don't know. If there is, then I'll see everyone after death, and if there isn't, I'll simply join them in death. I'll be with them either way.
Let's just see if I'll agnostic here.
It's an interesting philosophy. For someone so young.
True. I'm not quite as old as you. Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated over your very long life?
How kind of you to acknowledge my wisdom.
How kind of you to acknowledge my wisdom. Can you, mention my wisdom to Minoko sometime?
Oh, actually, isn't Minoko even older? Eskie too. Perhaps I should ask them instead.
No, please do. You'll probably learn valuable things about Nevron feet and rocks. All I can offer is another story.
I'm not really in the mood for stories tonight.
Ah, and here I had prepared something truly dark and heart-wrenching.
Save it for tomorrow. Let's do something else tonight.
What do you have in mind?
That depends. How adventurous are you feeling?
You mean like hunt Nevrons? What?
I'm waiting for you to connect the dots.
Oh boy.
Oh, you mean, adventure.
You've been alone too long on this continent. When was the last time you seduced someone?
Not counting Minoko. I'll admit it's been a while.
What do you mean by seduced exactly in that context? Do you even need to ask? Oh boy.
Even need to ask.
The bond between Cecil and Verso deepens. I called her Cecil. It's CL. Verso and CL spent some time together, away from the others. Verso and CL became a bit more than friends. CL feels inspired.
I can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you. CL was right about you.
Actually, I should thank you. I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
My fellow night owl.
night owl.
You never seem to sleep.
Me neither.
I sleep. I sleep enough.
That's me. What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Sometimes I just can't turn off my mind. It's like I pick up a puzzle and I can't set it down until I solve it.
What's your current puzzle?
The talking neurons. The ones that seem to have personalities and thoughts and feelings. I'm trying to make sense of the things they said. I know there's an important piece of the puzzle there. We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense. I wouldn't expect too much.
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
What about you, my fellow night owl? Why can't you sleep?
You know, weight of the word, it'll torture your soul, things like that. I'm just gonna say this.
Same, I guess.
Really? You don't strike me as the obsessive warrior.
So, you'd call yourself an obsessive warrior?
Come on, I just shared with you.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams, but somehow it was worse when they stopped. Now it's just this oppressive void.
Fascinating. So, you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely. It's science.
Well, it's not like we have private rooms here, so sure, knock yourself out. So does this mean I can watch you sleep? Well, it's not like a...
So does this mean I can watch you sleep?
No, that'd be creepy.
Damn it, double standards! Verso flashes a grin at Luna. Luna can't help but smile back. The world feels a little brighter when they're together. Luna can't restrain herself from asking Verso a few more questions before they head back to the others. Thanks to Verso's answers, Luna understands Chroma better than before.
Still thinking about what you saw?
I wish Gustav was here.
You want to spend time with Mael? Yes.
In Lumiere, did your parents choose a name?
Yeah, I guess. Why?
Mael means chief and prince, or, I guess, princess.
What are you talking about?
The meaning behind your name.
Oh. What made you think of that?
You said you were an unwelcome surprise. But I think even though your birth was unexpected, it was still celebrated. Your name shows how your parents felt about you. What kind of life they dreamed for you.
My name means princess too, my real name.
Chief. Guess they had bigger dreams for me than I ever did.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
You must have wanted something for the future.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gouged.
Well, you've certainly done that. What do you dream of now?
I don't know. Still figuring that out. What about you, though? What do you want?
What do I want? I guess I'm still figuring that out too.
Well, what did you used to want?
Music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory. I loved it. I really miss performing at the concert hall. When the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber, I can just lose myself and feel the music through my fingers every time I play. It feels like my heart's about to break from the beauty of the notes.
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
It would be my pleasure.
I want my first concert to be yours. And don't worry, I'll make sure the room is packed. I'll put up posters everywhere in town.
Oh, no pressure, huh? All right. I guess I better start practicing.
Mayo makes Verso pinky swear. Laughing, Verso agrees. Gotta have that pinky promise. Mael and Verso discuss the first song Verso should play. Their discussion inspires Mael. Phoenix Flame, alright? Before heading back to the others, alright?
You're finally here. We are. You ready? Yeah. Minoko, let me cut your hair. Why would I be foolish enough to do that? Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mob. I beg your pardon. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Yes, my hair is impeccable. We're talking about you, not me. Yes, we're talking. I'm just gonna. I usually hate this argument. Oh, we're talking about you, but I don't know. This is just funnier to me right now.
We're talking about you, not me. I don't recall asking for your uninformed opinion. Stop being grumpy. Come on, let's give you some style. You first, then.
Don't be silly. We look ridiculous with matching haircuts. Fine. I don't know. I feel like the bun worked better on Gustav.
Okay, I'm in. Style away.
Why does this haircut remind me of
Yes, indeed. This is quite fetching.
braids?
Great. We're twins.
Verso and Minoko are not bound by manly love of style, which they would never admit to each other. Verso's new haircut reminds me of, I don't remember if his name is Geralt or Gerald, but it's the main character of The Witcher 3. As is tradition, they now spend too much time arguing over who looks better before heading back to the others. You know what? I'm gonna use that hairstyle. Samurai, is that it? No, not flowers. Samurai. That's cute. Where are the other outfits? I'm curious now. Okay. That's with the head. This one's with the headband. This one's without. Flower suit? Aw. I guess this is what he would wear if he attended the Gommage. Obscur. Pretty. No, that's the Gommage one. I guess the difference is the coloration, really. Flower suit. Skirt. Claire. Ah. Gommage. So you can have Verso wear she can have her wear the Claire and Verso wear the Obscur. That's fun. Short hair? Flowers. Let's just keep it simple. And put the expedition uniform back on. He can wear a Gommage suit too. That's fun. Flower suit. Let's just keep the expedition. Viking? Oh, that's the braid one. Flowers. Aw. Yeah, let's just keep the Viking one. Gommage. So this is what they wear attending the Gommage, or is that what they would wear if they, like, if their Gommage were to come? Flower suit. Baguette. I gotta see the whole outfit. Oh, that's cute. Flowers. Ponytail. I wish I can turn the camera. Can I not? No, I don't think I can. Alright, go back to see it. Fromage. Sirène. Baguette. Oh, pretty. That's pretty. Flower suit. Flowers. Celine. Ooh, I have to see the whole outfit. Damn. I want to use the Clair Obscur outfits so bad. Maybe later. We still have dialogue, so I'm not going to play the video just yet. Yeah, that's better. Beautiful. What can I put on you? Why not? Augmented counter. I feel like it's a good one to have. All right, let's talk to... I'm pretty sure Monoko has another thing to talk about.
I'm bored. Let's play cards or throw some dice. Nuh-uh. You always cheat. No, I always win. Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them. The other Jestrels never want to play with you either. Are they all weak? Poor losers. Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel will be even more fun. Get our blood flowing.
Okay, Goku.
Get ready to lose.
Maybe it's more so Vegeta. I think he's more of a Vegeta. Definitely. Maybe he's not as angry, but I don't know. There we go. Shit, my health isn't low enough. Ow. Misa kind of reminds me of Persona. Damn. Okay, no, I'm not taking this. I'm gonna try that again. Chat. Hang on. I returned, did not get the draft I needed. Oh, that's a shame. Sorry, couldn't enter your chat sooner. My phone is charging, and now I can't read the chats as quickly as I would like. Ah, shit. Hmm. There we go. Now I can move this over here. Back into the game. We saw this before, saw all this. There we go. Hmm. There we go. Yeah. Damn it, can't break right now. Oh, never mind. I have the breaker Lumina, I forgot about that. Oh, come on, I use this one. I should know the pattern. That's okay, because now I can use Berserk Slash.
Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them. You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that. You have grown more formidable than I remembered. Your skills are strong. I respect your win. And I respect your loss. You were right, old friend. That was fun. Come on, let's go get a drink. I'm parched.
Minoko and Verso are thrilled to have fought each other once more. In their own it's their own special way of displaying affection for each other. The duel reminded Minoko of some skills he had forgotten. There we go. They share a few drinks, which Minoko can't drink because of his mask, and then head back to the others. Do Gestrels even need to eat?
François was super jealous, but he got one from Clair instead. Wait, François has his own set of rocks. Why does he keep stealing yours then? Because we're buddies. François is so fun.
So that's his way of teasing you? Let's see if anybody else has something to say.
It's been an extra long. You're not nervous?
We will do, and
Oh, okay, they do have some more stuff to say.
You used to be a farmer. Is that why you use a scythe?
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
Is a double-headed scythe very useful on a farm, though?
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest crops.
I would love to see that, actually.
I'll bet. I used to love the gardens of Lumiere. It must look quite different now.
Frankly, a lot more variety than back then. The Outdome teams brought back loads of new plants from the surrounding islands. That's actually how I met Pierre. I asked his team for honey petal samples. He brought me a bouquet of them and 15 boxes of plant cuttings.
Smart man. If you want to romance a farmer, live plants are probably better than dead flowers.
Dead flowers are nice too.
I heard that with some plants you can actually like put their cut stem into like a cup of dyed water, and the stem will drink up the water, and the dye will end up on the edges of the petals, and I think that's really cool.
You don't talk about your husband much. Sorry.
It's okay. It still hurts that he's gone. Neither of us were perfect, but we were perfect for each other.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm sorry.
I was prepared for his gomage, but not for him to die in an accident. We were supposed to have 5 more years together. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have, instead of angry at the time we lost.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Everyone has that.
Yeah, I am.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to adjust the video because my perfectionism is triggering.
Well, can't compete with that.
You're competing in a different event.
That's a nice way to say fling. Is there a future where I might compete in the same event?
Let's just focus on today. And by today, I mean tonight.
If you're used, but I like it.
I feel used, but I like it.
CL and Verso's bond grows even deeper. CL and Verso find a nice spot away from the group. They spend an unusually long time together. They return to camp. Luna is upset that Verso skipped her sentry duty. CL is unable to save Verso from Luna's displeasure. Anything else, CL?
It's nothing. It's been a long... You, on the other. You're not nervous?
Of course I am. We will do and
Okay, that seems to be it.
I can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We already talked on this. Verso versus Luna, who's working on the Expedition 33 General.
Working on the 33's journal. You planning to die anytime soon?
Well, you never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32. Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6. And I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
Working at your parents sounds fun. I guess that's nice. I got to spend more time with you. I'll go with the second one.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. If you need a solution, birth your own. Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
Does not feel nice. So that's how you ask questions. See, that's how you ask questions.
Doesn't that feel nice? My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh. Mine too.
What do you play?
Guitar. You?
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well. You know how to summon an instrument from Pictos, right?
Maybe you could play together sometime.
Maybe we could play together sometime.
Maybe we can.
Verso and Luna have found a common passion. Luna is intrigued by this facet of Verso, and Verso is excited to play music with a fellow music lover. They spend some time discussing their favorite songs and how they learned music. The discussion is passionate and lasts for several hours. Neither notices the time passing. Anything else? Okay, nope.
Still thinking about what you saw.
I wish Gustav was here.
Verso notices Mael looking sad and approaches her carefully.
You okay?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
nothing. Just thinking about Gustav and Lucien and everyone. Every time I think I've managed to contain it, a wave comes out of nowhere and drags me away.
I know.
Excuse me.
How do you do it? After
They say time heals
Shit.
wounds.
does it?
But I guess death heals all wounds too. Bad joke. Sorry. Death is not necessarily final.
What does that mean?
Gustav lives on in other ways, right? Through your memories, through his influence on your life and everyone else's, through the Lumina converter and his research.
Yeah, that's true, but that's not very comforting when I'm missing him.
Try talking to him. I'm serious. It helps. Or at least it helps me. I imagine what they would say, how they would react to things. It helps me keep them alive in my mind.
I'll try that.
Mael is skeptical of Verso's advice. She's not in the mood to talk, but also does not wish to be alone. Verso understands. He sits with her in silence. Mael appreciates the silence they share.
Still thinking.
I wish.
You're finally. We are. You ready? Yeah.
And I already talked to the SKA, nothing there. Gustav also lives on in his journal. Mael finds a spot where she can write. She spends some time writing in Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She writes about how they can now enter the monolith, and they should finally understand everything. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Mael heads back.
We've done it.
We're really going to face the paintress.
And finally break this cycle.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret from us.
What are you talking about?
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what SKA was made of, did they? Well, SKA and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Verso.
Yeah.
She promised me sweet rocks.
Is that wine?
Stored my personal stash inside him. Oh, an excellent vintages.
I don't think I would drink that, and I already don't drink.
Tonight deserves an exception.
Yeah, it even looks like vomit.
Stop drinking alone.
To your great generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
It comes with age.
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
I wish I can read that. Oh.
Embrace her. Yet you're condemning her to die. You brought him here. I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you? May everything be decided before their very eyes, between the bars of their prison, in the shadow of the monolith. In the shadow of the monolith.
All right, chat check time. If they start a band, who'd be the vocalist? I don't know. I feel like Luna would be the vocalist. She seems like the kind that would be a singer. I should probably make the I should probably make the chat text a little bigger. Hey there, hi brain you later. I don't know if I can make the chat text bigger right now. I may have to wait until after the stream. All right, back to the game. I hate that I can more easily see where the window is in the game.
Now my
Where the video is in the game.
And I'm blindfolded, but despite my short-sightedness without glasses, I can clearly see these targets and shoot at them. And why is that? It's because there's a secret here. Right now, I'm wearing the blindfold, right? But I can see out the gaps between my nose and my blindfold, and if I wore it even looser, I'd be able to see out the sides left and right in my peripheral vision. And then the next step of the trick is the fact that
it's not reacting to my controller anymore.
there's two monitors here, right? But they're not the only ones. And the third monitor on my left.
On top of wearing her blindfold very loosely, Queen Ponzelot also sits back in her chair and looks up in an unnatural way. This is to get a better
There we go.
angle. Before her attempt with the new blindfold, she had spent around 1 hour playing with her old blindfold over multiple days and weeks. And for that entire time, she always sat like this. She was leaning forward and looking directly in front of her. This is because while her blindfold was partially obscuring her sight, she could see straight through it and was looking at the monitor directly in front of her. With the new blindfold, she can't see through the front of it.
Yeah, I don't get the point of drinking either. I just don't. I just. It's not that I just. It's not that I think. It's not just because I think booze tastes nasty. It's also because I don't get the appeal of being drunk. I don't.
And if I curve up even more, but that's already looking very sus, I guess, if you sit there.
I guess I don't need to drink or get high to forget my worries. I just sort of, I don't know, I deal with it on my own.
I can see half of my monitor. I can see OBS right now, literally. I can see the volume meters going up.
I went the wrong way. I'm dumb. Alright.
If I turn a bit, I can see the other monitor.
And it's as simple as that. There is a hidden monitor on the right, and she is playing through her OBS, which she discreetly moved to it. I can't believe I spent so much time researching aimbots when the solution was so stupidly basic. And while it's so easy just to say there was a hidden monitor, which some people did, it's an entirely different story to provide concrete evidence. The fact that we can literally see her move OBS to the hidden screen, the fact that she reads chat from it, the fact that she stares at it constantly, the fact that she wears her blindfold so loosely, and the fact that she sits in such a weird position, all prove beyond a reasonable doubt that...
Yeah, I don't like how the way she's puckering her lips.
But here is my favorite part. After she has killed Alatreon, and while paper is still covering her screen, she looks directly at the hidden monitor and moves the camera around perfectly. It's like she's not even trying to hide it.
Well, she's right there. I can see her legs.
The simple fact remains, the way she played the game is impossible to do if you
I mean, there was a
can't see.
boss, I'm not sure where, but there was a boss around here that,
This entire thing isn't a big deal.
that you can find and get Pitos from. I just forgot where they are. I think I saw it earlier.
How Queen Ponzelot faked her blindfold runs. Personally, I'm not emotionally charged about this. I just love trying to expose video game fraudsters because I enjoy it. This whole back and forth is honestly really...
Maybe I can just save that for
Make no mistake,
later.
That behavior is not healthy, and it's not a good thing. There are gamers who spend thousands of hours legitimately trying to do amazing things without the ability to see. Blindfolded gaming takes a lot of hard work.
You should do the honors.
All right.
And it takes a lot of ingenuity. And Queen Ponzelot keeps taking a giant steaming dump on all of their efforts. Because of her
Ew.
actions,
I hate
people are
that
going to
saying,
trust
giant
the
steaming dump. Ugh. Steaming.
Avril, 40th Expedition. Gigi and Edmund were leading. They were on a clean glide to the monolith when they flew into some sort of barrier and just gomashed away. Our gliders are useless without a way past the barrier. Bernard's going to explore on foot, see if there's an entrance. In the meantime, we might as well make ourselves at home. I guess I'll try my hand at fishing. Assuming those sea nevrons left any fish for us to eat. Rest in peace, Gigi and Edmund.
Guess they died there. They died on this
For
island.
gamers, even less. Skepticism will disproportionately rise, and the public will become.
There's their
even more
gliders.
cynical. But on the flip side, maybe
I
that's
think
a
I
good
found
thing.
like some
The
semblance
amount
of
people
camp, I
who threw
guess.
common sense to the
Shame.
wayside and took her runs at face value is pretty shocking. Maybe people do need to be a bit more skeptical, and maybe this lesson was an important one to learn. Let me know what you think in the comments. I worked with a group of gamers who helped me do research for this video, including the YouTuber Abisoft, who is also releasing a video about this most recent run. I know for a fact he is including many details I haven't mentioned myself, so if you want to learn even more, please go and check out his video as well. The link will be in the description. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
I want to watch Abisoft's video on the same
Hello, you
topic.
absolute leg-
Hmm. Here we go.
On February 1st, a blindfolded run of Elatrion, one of the hardest bosses in Monster Hunter World, would be uploaded by Queen Ponzelot. A runner named Juicy would watch this run and noticed multiple problems, so he uploaded a video going over the discrepancies and concluded her blindfolded run was fake. A lot has happened since then, and today we'll be analyzing if this run is legit or not, so let's start with an overview of the boss. Elatrion was the second to last monster released for the game and was designed to be a very difficult encounter with several mechanics. Throughout the fight, he will cycle through the fire, ice, and dragon elements, but he will always start the fight in ice or fire depending on what time you start the quest at. Each element has its own set of weaknesses, and this is important for one big reason: his one-hit KO attack, the Eschaton Judgment. When Elatrion changes from his second element to the third, he casts Eschaton Judgment, which kills you almost instantly. You can reduce its damage by dealing enough elemental damage to him to trigger a topple, which makes the attack survivable and allows you to fight for more than one cycle. After the Judgment, he switches into his next element, so if you started with fire equipped because he started ice, he'll now be in fire form.
Ah, fuck, what am I doing? You're supposed to be pausing this.
We can do this.
Oh, she does look sad.
For Gustav. For all of them.
$33. There she is, right there. She seems smaller from further away. Okay, Let's see what other weapons I got. There we go. Hmm. I'm not starting the video yet because I don't know. There's going to be a lot going on soon. Am I going the wrong way? No, this is the right way, isn't it? Yeah, there she is. I completely missed where she was. You know what? I think there is some time to kill.
Equipped. This should ensure that you only have 2 cycles to defeat him, as you won't be able to topple after the first Asherton judgment, since he's now the same type as your damage. But there's another mechanic that locks him into his starting element, and that's the horn break. By targeting his head when he's in dragon form, you can break off one of his horns. When this happens, he will revert to his previous element on the next elemental shift. But since he only has 2 horns, you can only do this twice, meaning you have a time limit before he will do a full power Asherton judgment and kill your attempt. Those are just the macro mechanics of the fight. Alatreon has a slew of physical attacks he will do, as well as elemental attacks.
I want to see Alatreon in Monster Hunter Stories. That's the only Monster Hunter game I play consistently. Monster Hunter Stories. I guess I'm just a sucker for monster collection games where you can use the monsters to fight.
Acting as a spotter by calling out specific things in Discord and using a noisy weapon to help her locate the boss better. The opening strategy is used in speedruns where you clutch claw onto the dragon's head and
The paintress doesn't seem to react. Well, it looks like she can't even see us, so. I wish her hair really was hanging over her arms, though.
Our attacks do nothing.
I don't understand. The gradient attack should work. Wait, Mael.
I don't think this is...
Oh. Hmm.
Everybody okay?
Follow her. Quickly.
What?
This might be our only chance.
Yeah. Okay.
Monolith. Reach the monolith.
We are inside the monolith? What was that thing? Why did it help us inside?
Are you alright, Mael?
Up there. She's the paintress. She's up there.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I can sense the real paintress. Her heart is above us somewhere.
I guess we head up then.
You know, there is a lot of stuff that's about to happen. So, you know what? I think I'm going to end the stream here. I really do want to continue on, but I'm not kidding. There's a lot of stuff that's going to happen soon. All right, well, I'm either going to finish this up tomorrow or I don't know, just whenever I feel like streaming. Because I do actually have something to do tomorrow. I just don't know when what I'm trying to say is it's not guaranteed that I will stream tomorrow, but I'll try to. All right then, I guess I'll see you guys next time.